I am your president of law and order. Promises made, promises kept every day. A vote for Republicans is a vote for better schools, better jobs, safer families, and stronger communities for all Americans. We're going to defeat Sleepy Joe Biden. November 3rd is a big day. Get out, get the parents, get the friends, get the husband, get the wife, get everybody. 4 more years.
Kellyanne Conway makes a speech before her goodbye, and Vice President Pence makes a case for his future. Welcome to Washington Post's special coverage of the Republican National Convention. I'm Libby Casey. Well, night 3 of the RNC comes amid protests over Sunday's police shooting in Kenosha, Wisconsin. The NBA playoffs have halted as players protest for social justice. Louisiana's Gulf Coast is bracing for a Category 4 hurricane. And of course, the nation is still coping with the coronavirus pandemic and economic turmoil. Will the Republican speakers, including the vice president, acknowledge these tensions and offer solutions to voters? Well, with me to discuss all of that and more, Capitol Hill reporter Rhonda Colvin and national political reporter James Hohmann. Welcome to you both. Rhonda, let's talk about what we can expect tonight.
Well, what we can expect tonight is probably more of the same of what we've seen in the last 2 days. But the big headline is that this will be Vice President Pence's night to speak and address the convention and the nation. He has been most recently the leader of the coronavirus task force, so it's going to be very interesting to see how he categorizes the task force and their efforts in fighting the virus. That's one of the biggest criticisms, of course, of the Trump administration is their handling of the virus. So how will Vice President Pence discuss that tonight? I think all eyes will be on that. He has a tendency to downplay or understate criticisms of the Trump White House, so I think he is definitely going to be watched for how he might categorize the virus. Other speakers tonight will include a rather long list of House and Senate members. You have Joni Ernst, the senator from Iowa. You have Marsha Blackburn, senator of Tennessee. You have Lee Zeldin of New York and Representative Elise Stefanik of New York as well. And both of those two, the latter two, are very fierce advocates for the president on the Hill. But Joni Ernst is someone I'm going to watch tonight. She's in a tight race. She's been one of the only Senate Republicans in a tight race to address the RNC. And a lot of her constituents are farmers, and they've been pretty nervous about Trump's battles with China over trade, and that's been hurting her. So how is she going to advocate for herself as well as advocate for the president on this stage tonight? And we'll also see a member who is over a policing organization who will be discussing policing and Trump's work with that. The military is also going to be brought up, and national security as well. And the night's theme is the land of heroes. So that's a lot, and that's sort of a roundup of what we might expect.
So much for us to talk about as we continue this evening, Rhonda. James, let's go to you for what you'll be listening for tonight.
It is absolutely Mike Pence's big night, and it's a 2024 audition. I think we talked about it a little bit last night. We saw some of the potential candidates. We obviously saw Donald Trump Jr. and Nikki Haley on Monday. Mike Pence is trying to set himself up to kind of inherit the mantle of Trumpism. He obviously has been rewarded for his loyalty. Some might say his subservience to the president. And there is going to be some pressure on the convention to nod to what's happening in the country right now. We heard a little bit of that in First Lady Melania Trump's speech last night about having conversations and explaining what's going on post George Floyd in the country. But the president himself still has not weighed in directly on what has been happening in Kenosha, Wisconsin the last few days. And there, I think, is a yearning to hear their explanation beyond just kind of American carnage and chaos in the streets. And there is a desire to see the president and Republicans outline what their second term agenda is. And we have been told that that's going to be part of the role of Mike Pence. Traditionally, the vice president plays an attack dog role, throwing red meat. He'll certainly do some of that. He will attack Joe Biden, but he also is sort of being tasked with explaining some kind of vision for what the next 4 years might look like if the Trump-Pence ticket wins his second term.
Well, James, we're wondering tonight just how much Mike Pence and others will be talking about current events and what's happening. You know, what will they talk about in length what's happening in Wisconsin? And will they also talk about the dramatic protest we saw happen today that the NBA is the focal point of? This is when NBA protesters, the Bucks, decided not to play tonight. They stayed in their locker room as the game was set to tip off. Let's listen to the announcer sort of cope with what was happening.
A situation developing at the Advent Health Arena. We're keeping an eye on it. The Milwaukee Bucks have not come out of the locker room to play today's game. The Orlando Magic have gone back to the locker room, and we're not exactly sure what's going on, although we do know it is obviously centered around the police shooting on Sunday of Kenosha's Jacob Blake. And a lot of players in the bubble have been very upset about that situation, particularly Milwaukee Bucks players. As we know, Milwaukee about 40 miles from Kenosha, Wisconsin, and that one has hit very close to home for the Milwaukee Bucks.
The Milwaukee Bucks, the first NBA team to sit out a game in the wake of nationwide unrest over racism and police brutality. The NBA subsequently postponed the rest of tonight's scheduled playoff games. James, you know, this is hitting America where it hurts right now in terms of, you know, people are so hungry for entertainment. They're so hungry for, you know, sports games. And this takes what is a national crisis over brutality, over racism, into the sort of the entertainment industry, and where people are hoping to sort of go to perhaps escape from what's happening.
There's no escaping the coronavirus and the racial justice reckoning this year, Libby. And, you know, obviously baseball hasn't been able to escape the coronavirus, and basketball has not been able to kind of be the escapism. Obviously, some conservatives and fans, and the president especially, have criticized. He said there's no point watching the NBA anymore. These players do feel that this is just such an important topic to discuss, and I do think today is a seminal cultural inflection point. There will be 30 for 30 episodes on ESPN about this moment, the machinations in the locker room, deciding not to come out, and the context is important. Last night, we heard from at least 6 different speakers during the convention from Wisconsin. Wisconsin arguably is the single closest and most competitive state in the presidential election. That's why Democrats were going to have their convention there. Obviously, they still had a presence, but it was mostly virtual last week. And the Milwaukee Bucks, in addition to it being close to home, Kenosha's only 40 miles away. It also is people don't understand how segregated Milwaukee is. It's one of the most segregated racially cities in America, and it really is intense. One of the guards on the team has sued the city of Milwaukee for, he says, being injured by police during a confrontation. Another former player recently talked about how he had been denied service when he tried to go into a Milwaukee jewelry store, he said, because he was African American. So they have been very outspoken on these issues, and I do think that they feel like they can use their platform to draw attention to it. And the more that they do, Libby, the harder it is to sort of pretend that this isn't happening in the country, or to present this as kind of rioting and chaos that represents the future under Joe Biden. Biden put out a statement today that was clear, if belated, in which he both condemned the rioting or condemned the looting and the violence, but also made clear his support for African Americans and expressed concern about what's happened in Kenosha. And it's not that hard to put that kind of a statement out, but we have not heard that from the president. And I expect Pence will nod to that in his speech tonight, as will some of the other players, as well as some of the other speakers, not players. It was notable last night, Libby, the benediction, or the opening prayer of the night included a mention of Jacob Blake and praying for him and his family and the people of Kenosha. But after that, we really didn't hear anything else.
Thank you so much, James. Well, let's go now to Nicole Ellis, who's in Baltimore, across the harbor from Fort McHenry, where Vice President Pence will speak tonight. Nicole, what can you tell us about the setting for tonight's big speech?
Libby, Fort McHenry dates back to the War of 1812, when the U.S. was fighting the British, just 36 years after it had declared its independence from the monarchy. It also inspired Francis Scott Key to pen the Star-Spangled Banner, which is what it's most famous for. But it also played a key role in the Civil War and both World Wars. So it's got this kind of ethos of patriotism and Americana that likely inspired Pence to want to speak here. Now, all that said, Baltimore itself is actually a bastion of Black history in America. It dates all the way back to the 17th century when the first African slaves were brought to Maryland province. And in more recent history, you know, it's been a majority Black city for decades. And it's also gotten a lot of criticism from President Trump. That said, you know, 4 years ago, Freddie Gray was arrested just a 20-minute drive from here and later died in police custody, which sparked protests and riots here in Baltimore. So it'll be really interesting to see how Pence balances out his location and how he threads that needle and whether or not he does address, you know, those elements of the racial justice conversation that is ongoing and, as you and James said, is unignorable. Back to you, Libby.
Thanks so much, Nicole. Unignorable indeed. Let's go to Rhonda Colvin. Rhonda, Mike Pence is often put in the position of being supporter number one for Donald Trump. I mean, he really has been able to carve out a role in this vice presidency as being the listener, the supporter, the confirmer of President Trump's decisions and words. So what position does that put him in for tonight as we're looking at just turmoil on so many fronts, and he's there to really boost President Trump's record and look to the future?
It does put him in a tough position because we have so much going on. We do have the racial reckoning. We also have a Category 4 storm that looks pretty, that it has the potential to be pretty devastating that's coming through the Gulf Shores. So there are many things that he could probably note as vice president tonight that shows that they are on top of these issues if he decides to do that. But in past instances, we really haven't seen Vice President Pence deviate from the messaging from the White House. He has never, to my recollection, I don't think I've ever seen him really deviate from any messaging that the president wants to put out. He is certainly an advocate. What he is used for usually is to downplay criticism and to sort of dismiss some of the more controversial parts of the Trump administration.
Rhonda, you were mentioning a little while ago, reminding us that the vice president is in charge of dealing with coronavirus in America. But, you know, we have not heard coronavirus talked about that much during this convention. Contrast that for us with what we heard last week at the DNC.
Well, if we think back to last week, every night in some way there was mention of the coronavirus. There were times when Biden talked to first responders, as did President Trump this week as well. But somehow throughout every part of the programming last week, we heard about the coronavirus in a lengthy and major way. We have not seen that in the last few days of the RNC. In fact, Larry Kudlow yesterday sort of dismissed it, talking about it in the past as if we're already beyond that. So that seems to be the stance that, yes, it will be talked about. Melania Trump did talk about it a little bit, but you're not really hearing much meat about how the administration dealt with it.
You know, Rhonda, let's listen to that clip from Melania Trump last night. This is, of course, her big speech yesterday evening delivered at the White House in the Rose Garden in front of a live audience. Here's Melania Trump directly addressing coronavirus.
I want to acknowledge the fact that since March, our lives have changed drastically. The invisible enemy, COVID-19, swept across our beautiful country and impacted all of us. My deepest sympathy goes out to everyone who has lost a loved one, and my prayers are with those who are ill or suffering. I know many people are anxious and some feel helpless. I want you to know you're not alone. My husband's administration will not stop fighting until there is an effective treatment or vaccine available to everyone. Donald will not rest until he has done all he can to take care of everyone impacted by this terrible pandemic.
Melania Trump last night in her address as part of the Republican National Convention. James, let's go to you for your expectations on how coronavirus is handled throughout the rest of the week. We'll talk about some of the other issues, of course, that are key in Americans' minds right now as well. But the vice president is, the man put in charge. We've seen so many different episodes this week of issues between the Trump administration, the Trump team, and the agencies within the federal government that are supposed to be sort of non-biased and working for the public good. Hard to ignore right now.
And we're going to see more of that tension as the election gets closer. I'm told by every Trump world person I talk to, every Republican operative on Capitol Hill, that they believe the key to the president getting reelected is having the American people believe before the election that a vaccine is either arrived or that it is imminent. And so you're going to see a lot of pressure. Some fear a lot of corners cut. Others fear wild exaggeration about progress. But the president will declare victory, whether victory has been achieved or not. We just have to be prepared for that. And that's what accounted for his attack on the FDA on Saturday, and then the FDA backing down on Sunday. It's what yesterday the CDC put out new guidance kind of lowering the standard for when people should get testing. Today we found out that they only did so under intense pressure from the White House, specifically Vice President Pence's task force. The president has gone back and forth between trying to downplay this virus. Last night you saw Larry Kudlow, the president's top economic advisor, speaking about the pandemic in the past tense. He literally spoke entirely about the coronavirus as if it was over, as if it was something from the spring, as opposed to something that's still killing nearly 1,000 Americans a day. We are told that above Mike Pence's speech tonight, right outside the restricted airspace, there's going to be a plane flying around. That says 180,000 Americans dead from COVID, and whether people are drawing attention to that or not, it's the reality. It's the reason that so many of us are still working from home, and so they have to address it. They have to show that they're taking it seriously. But the president also doesn't want to dwell on it because he does not want to be defined by the coronavirus. He doesn't like talking about things that don't make him look good. He doesn't want to explain or revisit all the mistakes and blunders that got us to this point as the worst country in terms of being in the worst shape in the industrialized world. And so there is that tension where he knows he can't not talk about it, but he also just really doesn't want to talk about it. And everyone in the Republican Party is following his cues.
I mean, James, that's what perhaps is even more remarkable, is that everyone is sort of in lockstep with him. I just want to play this tape from Larry Kudlow that you and Rhonda have both mentioned, because it is so remarkable to hear the tense that he uses. Listen to this.
The economy was rebuilt in 3 years. Then came a once-in-100-year pandemic. It was awful. Health and economic impacts were tragic. Hardship and heartbreak were everywhere. But presidential leadership came swiftly and effectively with an extraordinary rescue for health and safety to successfully fight the COVID virus.
Sounds like it's been wrapped up, James.
Hilarious about that clip, Libby, or not hilarious, tragic, whatever the right word is that came exactly 6 months to the day that Larry Kudlow went on CNBC, his old employer, and said that the virus was contained, that the president had contained the virus and that it would not affect our economy. He said, I don't want to say airtight, but close to airtight was his quote. And what you saw him say yesterday was we're having a V-shaped recovery. He predicted that the second half of the year will see the economy grow by more than 25%. Larry Kudlow does not have a good track record on making economic predictions going back to the 2008 recession. But what's interesting is I've watched all of Mike Pence's interviews in recent days. He's been making the rounds on morning shows, on the Sunday shows, on Sean Hannity. And so I think what you're going to hear from him is something kind of similar to what we heard from Larry Kudlow, which is that the misleading statistic they like to use is the economy created 8 million jobs in the last 2 months, but that's from the low after all the jobs that were lost. The other thing that's interesting about that Larry Kudlow speech, Libby, is our fact checker team noted in their write-up that the text that was distributed by the Republicans in advance of that speech included several big whoppers, kind of demonstrably false claims that were just totally untrue about the state of the economy and the state of the administration's response. And from when they sent those out to when the remarks were delivered, some of the most kind of egregious whoppers were removed from the speech. So there was some sensitivity to that, but obviously everything stayed in the past tense. And tragically, I wish it weren't the case, but the coronavirus is not in the past.
James, I just wonder how much that squares with what Americans are experiencing and feeling. I listen to your daily podcast that you do for the Washington Post, and it's just been relentless, just as you've documented and chronicled the Washington Post reporting on the tragedies of the coronavirus and the missed opportunities to sort of turn the United States response around. So I guess I'm wondering, how it resonates, and then how we discover how it resonates through polling and other methods in talking to people after the fact when they're hearing something different than what they're experiencing and seeing.
Yeah, and that's part of it, is kind of we are all experiencing this in our own different ways. Obviously, if you have children, it's a different experience who are school aged than if you don't. If you've lost your job, a lot of people are hurting. A lot of people know someone who's hurting, and a lot of people are very scared that they or an immediate family member will still get the coronavirus. Majorities are. In our poll that we conducted nationally last week, only 10% basically of the country thinks that the coronavirus actually is under control. People have nuanced feelings. They're torn, between wanting to get back to work and wanting to reopen, but also not wanting to create more health problems. And so you kind of have to thread the needle a little bit. One of the things we saw earlier this week on Monday night during the convention, Libby, was that Republican speakers were attacking Joe Biden for saying during an interview that aired on Sunday that if the scientists said we needed to shut down the economy again because there was another outbreak, kind of the second wave, that he would listen to the scientists. And so you had Republicans sort of warning Joe Biden's going to shut things down. He's going to cost you your job. Ronna McDaniel, the chairman of the Republican Party, was trying to prosecute that case. And the reality is, I think what polls show, what interviews show, is that Americans do want kind of a nuanced position of respecting public health, but also balancing the concerns about the economy and a return to normalcy and having kids back in school and having people back in offices.
All right, let's go to Aaron Blake, our colleague who joins us now, senior reporter for The Fix. Aaron, welcome to the program. We've been doing a mix of talking about sort of the themes and tones we've been hearing all week this week in anticipation of what we might hear tonight, and also talking about sort of the headliners and what to expect this evening. What will you be listening for tonight?
Well, if you look at the list of speakers that we have tonight, I think while the party has made some very concerted efforts on the first two nights to do things like appealing to disaffected women, also featuring many African-American Trump supporters in their programs, talking about various things like the coronavirus, setting the tone on certain issues, including abortion last night. Tonight, the program features a lot of some of the more outspoken, but maybe lesser known figures. So while a couple nights ago and last night, we would have expected somebody like Donald Trump Jr., Kimberly Guilfoyle to really kind of toss the red meat out to viewers, tonight people are going to be introduced to people like South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem, who's really emerged as a high-profile Trump supporter. Of course, she recently made news for giving the president an image of him on Mount Rushmore. She's been very outspoken, aligning with the president on the coronavirus response. Dan Crenshaw, a very high-profile new member of Congress from Texas, who is very much aligned with the president. Marsha Blackburn, maybe one of the president's most outspoken advocates in the Senate. A lot of these kind of lesser-known Republicans, maybe to your casual viewer, but some of them who have been extremely vocal about their support of President Trump, have been willing to go places that even many of their Republican colleagues haven't. And I think that's going to be it's going to be interesting to see how the program takes that. Are these people really going to go as far as they have in their public comments? Is this going to be a night that really goes more to the extreme than the previous nights have? Or is this going to be something else where there's a more focused message? I think that we're going to come out of tonight with learning about somebody that maybe people who hadn't known before, but really make some real headlines with some very full-throated defenses of the president, some very conservative policies.
Aaron, is there a difference now as we see some of these emerging Republican stars? Is there a difference in their defense of President Trump and also their sort of promotion and opportunity to show what they themselves can do? Or are those just two things just so tied together now that anyone speaking at this convention this week, has to just really focus not on themselves or even their region, but on President Trump?
Well, I think if you look at some of the speeches that we've seen this week, particularly I'm thinking of Nikki Haley, there is an acknowledgement that for ambitious young Republicans, or at least younger than most other Republicans in office, there is a connection between kind of towing the Trump line, at least to some degree, and being ambitious in this party moving forward. I think South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem is a great example of that. She's really put herself on the map in recent weeks, actually, because of her very vocal support of the president. This is clearly the way that these ambitious Republicans see of getting their foothold, at least, in the Republican Party. And so while there may be other members of the party who are looking to a post-Trump era, it seems like the ones who are focusing more on the here and now, maybe focusing more on the 2024 election as opposed to the future of the party, they're very much acknowledging that there will be that ongoing Trump influence and very much aligning with the president in many ways.
Well, it's not just Vice President Pence who has the megaphone tonight and these various other emerging stars we've been talking about. We will also hear from one of the biggest message crafters of the Trump presidency, Kellyanne Conway. So let's go now to Joyce Koh for more on that story. Joyce.
Well, Libby, Kellyanne Conway is one of President Trump's most loyal advisors. She joined the Trump team back in 2016 as his campaign manager, and she really broke a glass ceiling after Trump won that election because she became the first winning female campaign manager in American history. She went on and has since then become a loyal member of Trump's team. She has remained on his team in his administration despite the really record levels of turnover in that administration. She's also made headlines of her own during her time in the White House. She is, known for sparring with reporters, and she also coined the infamous term alternative facts. She's also had some controversies of her own closer to home. Her husband, George Conway, being an ardent anti-Trumper, a never-Trumper. He started the Lincoln Project, which is an anti-Trump Republican group. And today, when she speaks, I think we'll be looking to hear what she says because of these things and because of the fact that she will be leaving the administration within a couple of days now. Our Ashley Parker broke the story over the weekend that she would be leaving the Trump administration at the end of the month, citing the fact that she needed to focus on her family. So tonight could really be one of the last major remarks we hear from Kellyanne Conway. So what she says tonight and what she says to the party, I think will really have added weight in the midst of her departure. And I think it's something that a lot of eyes and ears will be on tonight. Libby?
Great. Thanks so much, Joyce Koh. You're watching live coverage in the Washington Post. Stay with us. White House reporter Tolu Olorunnipa joins us next.
As business moves forward, we're changing the way things get done, like how we redefine collaboration and keep our customers happy. You can rely on AT&T to help keep your business connected.
This is live coverage from the Washington Post. Night 3 of the Republican National Convention will begin at 8:30 Eastern Time. Tonight, we expect to hear from some of the president's most vocal supporters, Kellyanne Conway, Lara Trump, campaign surrogate and wife of Eric Trump, also the Vice President, Mike Pence. With me tonight, Tolu Olorunnipa, White House reporter, also Aaron Blake, senior reporter for The Fix. We've got Rhonda Colvin with us, Capitol Hill reporter, and James Hohman, national political reporter. Tolu, welcome to the conversation. I'd love to hear from you. What role does Mike Pence play in this administration?
Mike Pence is the ultimate Trump loyalist. He has been very loyal to the president since the beginning of the 2016 campaign, since he joined the ticket, and throughout the administration. He has not broken with the president, even when the president has said and done things that are offensive or not even conservative or not in line with Mike Pence's own political philosophy. He has been very much willing to back the president through thick and thin. And I think that's what you're going to hear from him tonight, sort of a very positive viewpoint in terms of what the president has done, very supportive, sort of taking on the president's critics, taking on, the vice presidential role is often seen as sort of the attack dog role. So I do think that there will be a lot of attacks on the Democratic ticket, including Joe Biden and vice presidential nominee Kamala Harris, who will be debating Vice President Pence in the matter of weeks. So this is a role that Pence has been sort of working on and working through for the last 3.5 years. He has been practicing how to boost the president, how to show his loyalty and his support for the president in all different forms and forums. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get that kind of a speech, not talking about his own personal story so much, but just sort of expressing support for the president and attacking the president's opponents.
Tolu, our colleagues that cover the White House beat had a great piece today talking to Lou about how the president calls him on message Mike. Critics, however, complain that he is a bobblehead. This is a piece that our White House colleagues noted. So, does he really have to please President Trump? I mean, is this an important audience of one for him, even as he addresses the nation?
I do think he wants to please President Trump. He's spent the better part of 3.5 years trying to please President Trump, trying to please the president. There have always been these rumors, not only from the press, but also from people on the president's inner circle about the president sort of asking about whether he should kick Mike Pence off the ticket and maybe replace him with someone like Nikki Haley. Those rumors have persisted throughout the administration and have included people like John Bolton, the former national security advisor, who wrote a tell-all book, including some of those conversations with the president. So he has had to practice at sort of showing that kind of loyalty, to show that he's on the team, that he is a valuable member of the team, that he's willing to do whatever the president wants, and that he is willing to play to an audience of one. But I think that beyond that, he also has an audience of millions of voters who are on the fence about President Trump, who don't like his demeanor, who don't like his personality, and see in Mike Pence sort of a more moderate, not in terms of policy, but moderate personality, and someone who's not going to, you don't have to turn the television off when your kids are in the room when Mike Pence comes around. So I do think he wants to speak to those types of voters, people who are maybe not so supportive of President Trump's style, but maybe like his policies. And in Mike Pence, they may see someone who gives them a little bit more assurance that it makes sense to give the president a second term because Mike Pence is around. And even if the president's style is not so great, at least we know that Mike Pence is there and he's someone who can sort of have a little bit more calming demeanor. I do think that's going to be part of his approach tonight, as it has been for the last 3.5 years.
Let's go now to Hannah Jewell. She's outside the Mellon Auditorium where many of this week's speeches are being delivered. Hannah, what will you be watching for tonight?
So like everyone else, I will be watching for Mike Pence's speech. That doesn't sound very original, does it? But I'm specifically going to be listening for any mention of Kamala Harris, because Pence is going to set out tonight to draw a contrast between Biden and Trump, but will he also do the same for himself and Harris? The two are set to debate on October 7th. So I talked to Dr. Kelly Dittmar of Rutgers University's Center for American Women and Politics to find out what is going to make a debate with Kamala Harris so interesting. Here's what she said.
Vice presidential debate is going to be really interesting to watch in a lot of layers. The president raised the example of the Brett Kavanaugh hearing and said she's a nasty woman. She was so mean to Brett Kavanaugh. It was a textbook case of him sort of demonstrating the inability of a white man who's held so much privilege simply due to his gender and his race, being unable to handle or grapple with or even understand a woman of color challenging that power. But we've seen time and again, first of all, that she's very good at that. She's very good at asking probing questions to anybody. But when she does it to these white men, to Jeff Sessions, to Brett Kavanaugh, to Donald Trump, and we'll expect to Mike Pence, they seem unable to respond very well. The ability for her to really just put these white men off kilter is something that she will use as a strength and a sort of superpower in the vice presidential debate.
So will Pence bring up Kamala Harris? And if so, how will he do it? What will the tone be? And will it be a kind of preview for what we can expect on October 7th? Meanwhile, for the rest of the night, I'm also going to be keeping a half eye on the Trump International Hotel, which is right around the corner from the Mellon Auditorium, where there's actually been many donors, family members, Trump supporters have been gathered all this week. The Washington Post has reported that there's been copies of Art of the Deal have been handed out at reception. There's been a series of panels and private events, including Rudy Giuliani giving a talk about Trump as the, quote, law and order president. So a little quiet out here, but certainly a lot going on right across the street from where I am. Libby?
Great. Thanks so much, Hannah Jewell. Appreciate it. Let's go to Rhonda Colvin. Rhonda, we have heard a lot of attacks on Joe Biden this past week. What is the message that the Republicans want viewers to come away with in terms of the differences between what a President Biden would be like versus President Trump?
I think they want to tell viewers that it'll be a scary world if Joe Biden is running America. That's something that we heard almost nearly verbatim on Monday night when Kimberly Guilfoyle and Don Jr. spoke and others spoke. They paint the world under Joe Biden as criminals running around. There were the McCloskeys, the couple in St. Louis who were pointing guns at Black Lives Matter protesters, said things like, they're coming to your town if Joe Biden is elected. So a lot of scare tactics, and I think that that's also seen in the ads. If you've seen some of the Trump campaign ads that are running on television, it says the same thing. You won't be safe in Joe Biden's America, and that's pretty effective.
Aaron Blake, let's talk about who that message is geared towards. Who is the RNC hoping to reach with that message of fear?
Well, I mean, it's pretty simple, and it goes to what we saw a lot last night, was this appeal to maybe more culturally conservative, especially suburban women. If you look at the differences between the polls in 2016 and what we're seeing right now, one of the biggest desertions that the president is seeing right now is not only women, but more educated women, women in the suburbs. And so when you see the president employing rhetoric like they want to abolish the suburbs, the Democrats want to abolish the suburbs, when he talks about this violence seeping into other communities outside of more urban areas, it is all very transparently geared toward appealing to people who maybe don't like his style so much, but maybe have a little bit more affinity for the Republican Party and may be tempted to vote on issues. And of course, fear is a very powerful motivating factor. This is something that the president has used over and over again. Back in 2016, it was very much focused on illegal immigration. That was certainly the case in 2018 when the president was talking about the caravans that were coming up from the South. Didn't seem to work as well in that election, of course. But I think what we've seen is, in many ways, the talk about the wall, the talk about illegal immigration has been supplanted in many ways at this convention by the talk about this violence, these demonstrations, the riots. When these demonstrations go too far, it's not a coincidence that we're seeing less of the illegal immigration talk and more of that. It's basically speaking to the exact same audience and seeking to make a very similar appeal, albeit with a different issue.
James Hohmann, let's talk about someone who did not speak last night. Marianne Mendoza was on the docket to get at the issue of immigration and illegal immigration specifically, but she was yanked out of the lineup. Tell us about it. Yeah, so she is what's known as an angel mom, which means that her son died in a car accident, was hit by a drunk driver who was in the United States illegally, is an undocumented immigrant. And she's actually appeared at a lot of Trump events. She's been at the White House. But yesterday morning, she retweeted really some awful anti-Semitic bile about how, basically Jewish people run the world. She had tweeted similar messages a year ago and in 2018. And that was something that the Trump campaign decided to pull her. They did not run her message. And it's a reflection kind of the tension on the right. The president has played footsie with the QAnon movement, and Marjorie Greene Taylor, who is the kind of the
Republican nominee in a very red district in Georgia, is an openly pro-QAnon conspiracy theory person. Yesterday afternoon, she tweeted that she has been invited to the White House on Thursday night to watch the president's speech in person. The White House confirming that, and so there is this kind of back and forth. One of the other speakers last night, Abby Johnson, was a former Planned Parenthood employee who's, with the zeal of a convert, become an anti-abortion activist. She was actually tweeting just yesterday that she supports what's called household voting, and that she calls herself an anti-feminist. That she said the man in the household should decide who everyone is going to vote for. That did not stop Republicans from giving her a slot in prime time, but the anti-Semitic comments did prevent Marianne Mendoza from speaking. What I will add, though, Libby, is that the Trump campaign will not answer our questions about whether Marianne Mendoza, who made those virulently anti-Semitic comments, remains on the board of the Women for Trump auxiliary, which is part of the Trump campaign, and she remains on those official lists.
James, I just want to point out also Abby Johnson was mired in controversy because a video surfaced of her saying that it would be smart for police to racially profile her adopted son who's biracial. So that upset a lot of everyone from, child advocacy groups to abortion groups to people in the Black Lives Matter movement, of course. But she still spoke last night, and the message was, focused on abortion. I want to ask you about sort of the conservative religious right and efforts being made to reach out to them, because she is clearly someone who the Trump administration wants to use as a conduit to reach out to people who want to see a strong anti-abortion platform. Mike Pence is another vehicle for that.
Mm-hmm. And that's one of the reasons that Pence is still on the ticket, is Pence does have real appeal to evangelicals. 4 years ago, the big validator for evangelicals for Trump at the Republican convention in Cleveland was Jerry Falwell Jr. He's obviously not going to be speaking this week. We did hear from Billy Graham's daughter during the program last night. She criticized the transgender community and transgender athletes. I do think you'll see Pence and Karen Pence, his wife, who's also speaking, sort of try to explain to evangelicals who are continuing to support the president in polls why he's delivered for them with pro-life, anti-abortion judges. You'll definitely see some of that messaging, because those are the kinds of people who are watching, and there is this desire still to project that there's a softer, gentler vibe. One of the other things we've learned this evening and have confirmed is that during that naturalization ceremony last night, at least 2 of the 5 immigrants who were taking the oath did not have any idea that they were being included in the Republican convention, or that that was why they were there. And we'll see what kind of other surprises like that pop up tonight.
Let's watch a little bit of that, James. This is his naturalization ceremony at the White House yesterday. Raised a lot of questions about conflicts because the Department of Homeland Security Secretary was there administering the oath in a breach of protocol and also perhaps the law. Let's watch.
Today, America rejoices as we welcome 5 absolutely incredible new members into our great American family. You are now fellow citizens of the greatest nation on the face of God's earth. Congratulations. Great going. You followed the rules, you obeyed the laws, you learned your history, embraced our values, and proved yourselves to be men and women of the highest integrity. It's not so easy. You went through a lot, and we appreciate you being here with us today.
That's from last night's Republican National Convention. Let's go to Tolu, White House reporter. What's the conversation at the White House about how effective the appearances by President Trump are being perceived as, and how the RNC has been going so far, Tolu, including episodes like last night?
Well, we knew from the beginning that the president would be appearing in some form on every night of this convention. He has tried to play sort of a central role in this convention, not waiting in the traditional way until the final night. But I do think that people within the administration know that a lot of the president's supporters want to see him on a daily basis. So that's part of what factors into that strategy there. But when the president shows up in a room, he brings controversy with him just sort of automatically, and that this convention has been no exception to that rule. Yesterday's naturalization ceremony, the offering of an official pardon during a political convention, both of those were seen as controversial in part because those types of things had been typically divorced from ranked partisan politics, but also because there are these laws that say that within the Hatch Act you should not be using taxpayer-funded official events for political gain, and that seems to be what the president was doing last night by having these official events at the White House, using his official presidential powers in a way that was clearly for a political partisan end and advantage by offering this naturalization ceremony, giving it to the Republican National Convention to air this footage in the middle of his convention. So there is a lot of controversy around that specific event. There's now questions over whether the new citizens who were featured even knew that they were going to be part of a political event. There's also questions about why the president decided to highlight legal immigration at a time when he's trying to cut legal immigration. One of the new citizens came from Sudan, one of the countries on the president's travel ban. So under the president's own policies, this person would not be able to come to America, let alone become a citizen. So there is the risk that the president seems to be stepping on his message in some ways by showing up so often and being such a central role in this convention. But it's clear that that's what he wants to do, and we're expecting to see him tonight as well before he gives his major speech tomorrow.
Tolu Olorunnipa, stay with us. Coming up, Kellyanne Conway, Congressman Dan Crenshaw. Also, the Vice President will be speaking in about 15 minutes. Stay with us.
As business moves forward, we're changing the way things get done, like how we redefine collaboration and keep our customers happy. You can rely on AT&T to help keep your business connected.
This is live coverage of the Republican National Convention. I'm Libby Casey with you tonight from the newsroom of the Washington Post. We're seeing a couple different scenes there. You've seen inside the sort of the home base here in Washington, D.C., where a lot of speeches are happening, but also Fort McHenry, where Vice President Pence will be speaking towards the end of tonight. Everything kicks off at 8:30 Eastern Time. You can see there the setup at Fort McHenry for the biggest speaker tonight, Vice President Mike Pence. So we'll bring this all to you live and uninterrupted. Let's go back to Rhonda Colvin, our Capitol Hill reporter. Rhonda, there are a lot of people who work in Congress on the roster for tonight.
That's right, and as I mentioned at the top of the show, I'm watching for Joni Ernst and how she speaks this evening. She's in a tight re-election, and really she's the only down-ballot race person running in a race that we've seen at the RNC. A lot of the other ones who are in critical races, like Thom Tillis in North Carolina, Senator Collins out of Maine, they aren't a part of this. I don't know if that's by their own design or the Trump campaign's design. But Joni Ernst has a primetime slot, and she is sort of battling in her Senate race because she represents many farmers, and Iowa is, of course, an agricultural economy, and they've been a little nervous with Trump's stance on trade, with China especially. So it's going to be interesting how she addresses Trump in her speech, as well as her own efforts to be reelected. Also, we are going to see some more state leaders. The South Dakota governor will be speaking tonight. And yesterday, we also had a lot of state leaders as well. I don't know if we ever mentioned that in last night's Post show, but you had the Attorney General of Kentucky, you had the Lieutenant Governor of Florida, and from what I've talked to, from what I've heard from sources on the Hill, Democrats are really courting governors right now and state leaders because their stock is high right now. They've been leading the way in their states on the coronavirus, and a lot of their constituents are trusting them more than they're trusting the president. So getting a governor's endorsement is something that is really being highly sought in the Biden campaign, and I'm sure in the Trump campaign as well.
Thank you so much, Rhonda. Well, you know, it's not just the president and vice president who will be on the ballot in November. There are House and Senate seats in play. Rhonda was just talking about how some of those people are appearing this week. There are also statewide level seats in play too. So let's go now to my colleague Joyce Koh to talk about what's happening in those down ballot races and what else is at stake this election.
Well, Libby, as Rhonda said, we'll certainly be hearing from a lot of those U.S. House and Senate members tonight, but it is further down the ballot that political operatives say voters will have a real chance to influence politics for the next decade. About 35 states have their state legislatures drawing congressional district maps, and those lines are redrawn once every 10 years. So lawmakers will start working on that process after the census is done and after this election. Now, I talked to Austin Chambers, who's the president of the Republican State Leadership Committee, about this, and that committee's goal is to elect Republicans to the state level in both the state legislature and in the judiciary branch. Take a listen to what he had to say.
So the people we elect in state elections this year are going to determine really what the country looks like and what Congress looks like for at least the next decade. So there's a decade's worth of power that's on the line in the 2020 elections in the states.
Now, in addition to that, an election year like this only comes around once every 20 years when the presidential election coincides with the redistricting cycle. And presidential elections we've seen have much higher turnout. So this is something that both the Republican and the Democratic Party have been working towards since 2016, really working to gain back that power for their respective political parties. Libby?
Thanks so much, Joyce Koh, live outside the White House, which you can see decked out there and ready for tonight. Let's go back to Baltimore, where my colleague Nicole Ellis is standing by, and she's across the harbor from Fort McHenry, which is where we'll see the vice president speak later on. You know, Nicole, we've been talking all week about the Republicans' attempts to court black voters. So what are you watching for tonight?
That's such a great point, Libby. I'm really curious to see how Vice President Pence builds on the foundation of outreach to black voters. And something that I've noticed that's really stood out, it's subtle but noticeable, is how all of the black speakers at the convention have framed their support of President Trump as synonymous with liberation and freedom to kind of carve out that lane. Let's take a look at a couple examples.
Joe Biden said black people are a monolithic community.
The Democratic Party does not want black people to leave their mental plantation. We've been forced to be there for decades and generations. But I have news for Joe Biden. We are free. We are free people with free minds. And I'm part of a large and growing segment of the black community who are independent thinkers.
Mr. Vice President, look at me. I am black. We are not all the same, sir. I am not in chains. My mind is my own.
The days of blindly supporting the Democrats are coming to an end.
So, Libby, you know, we're in Baltimore, a majority black city, like I said before, and it's interesting to see how much time has been spent on black voters, and not to mention Kim Klacik, the last person we saw speak, is running for Elijah Cummings' seat in the 7th Congressional District here. And her entire campaign and her viral ad is all about how Republicans can be the answer to the issues and problems here in Baltimore. So it'll be interesting to see how Pence talks about that and how he kind of leverages the conversation and dialogue that we've seen come up among the black speakers to build on this outreach and kind of, you know, pull for black voters. Back to you, Libby.
Great. Thanks so much, Nicole Ellis, live in Baltimore. Aaron Blake, let's go back to you to talk about some of the messaging that's coming from the Trump team that's actually at odds with their track record. You've been writing and doing analysis on the words that are coming out of people's mouths and comparing them with what the Trump administration has actually been doing.
Yeah, so I was really struck at the beginning of the program on Tuesday night when there was a video played of the pardon that the president gave to a man. Certainly the fact that the pardon was being used for political purposes in this convention was notable, but also I thought what was notable was something that the FBI agent in that video said. He said something to the effect of, the man who was being pardoned showed up to meet me after being released from prison, and he had a Bible, and he didn't use the Bible as a prop. That was a really interesting inclusion, given that it was just 2 months ago that the president himself was showing up in Lafayette Square after protesters were cleared and held the Bible up as what basically can only be described as a prop. So I think, you know, these conventions are very carefully orchestrated. The messaging is combed through extensively for making sure that it jives with other things that are being said, for consistency with what other speakers are saying. And we've seen another number of other ways in which some of the things these speakers have said don't exactly line up with the Trump record, or at least spotlight some of the things that may be liabilities for the president. One of them was Nikki Haley on Monday night, talking about how the Obama and Biden administration allegedly didn't respond to Kim Jong-un's threats. Well, we've seen the president also dismiss some of Kim Jong-un's threats. We also saw Tiffany Trump talk about misinformation. We saw Melania Trump last night talk about the idea that people expect honesty from the president. This is a president who has more than 20,000 false or misleading claims, according to the Washington Post fact checker. So I think, there has certainly been evidence in the past of Trump's desire to muddy the waters on certain things, basically accuse his opponents of things he's also accused of, trying to argue that basically all things are the same and that he's not an exception to the rule in any way. But I think when you're making the case for a presidential candidate, for an incumbent president, and you include some of these messages that don't necessarily reflect the candidate that you're supporting in a positive way, I think it really spotlights kind of the interesting messaging choices and some of the difficult messaging choices that some of these speakers have had to make.
Aaron, let's listen to one of those contradictory moments last night. This is from Pam Bondi, the former Florida Attorney General, and she used her time on stage to attack Joe Biden. Nothing new there, but she accused him of intervening in Ukraine to protect his son, Hunter Biden. That line of attack was false, and in fact, President Trump was impeached by the House for trying to force the Ukrainian government to launch an investigation to make Biden look bad. Now, remember that Bondi was one of Trump's legal reps during the impeachment, so let's listen to what she had to say.
At the Democrats' convention, we were told to look at Joe Biden as the model of integrity. But when you look at his 47-year career in politics, the people who benefited are his family members, not the American people. Democrats have been lecturing America about integrity for 4 years, while their nominee has been writing the textbook on abuse of power for 40 years. If they want to make this election a choice between who's saving America and who's swindling America, bring it on.
Pam Bondi speaking last night. Aaron Blake, she spoke right before Tiffany Trump.
Yeah, and so the first thing to say about that is, as you noted, these claims have been debunked, including during the impeachment hearings. The U.S. intelligence community says that these theories about Ukraine's interference in the election specifically are part of a misinformation campaign that's actually dangerous. The other key point, though, and to my point in our last question here, was the choice of a messenger here is really interesting. Hunter Biden has not really come up at this convention before, which probably would have surprised people if you told them that a few months ago, before impeachment especially. But Pam Bondi, she was, of course, involved in the impeachment effort, involved in defending the president, but she has her own issues with this, self-dealing accusations. She accepted a $25,000 contribution from the Trump Foundation that was actually illegal before dropping, or rather not investigating, the Trump University. She also served as a foreign lobbyist for the government of Qatar, both before and after serving as on the president's impeachment team, basically exploiting a loophole from a president who said that he would ban former administration officials from lobbying for former governments. So, the idea that this would be the person who is essentially prosecuting this case involving some kind of foreign corruption, involving nepotism, even as the president features many of his children speaking at this convention, was a very interesting decision, especially when this was a message that hasn't really been put forward by many other speakers.
Aaron Blake, and you can read his writing at The Fix. Let's go to James Hohmann. James, we're just a couple minutes out from the start of night 3 of the Republican National Convention. What will be success at the end of tonight? What will the Republicans have to achieve this evening to come away with having a good night?
I think they have to reassure people that they have a plan to get us out of this mess that we're in, and to convince people that a lot of the mess is not their fault. And it's notable, we've talked a lot about who we're hearing from tonight. It also is notable who we're not hearing from. There are a lot of Republican senators who actually have been pretty loyal to Trump who didn't get invited. So you have the Lieutenant Governor of Florida who's speaking, but Rick Scott, the senator from Florida who wants to run for president in 2024, did not get invited. But more than that, you have people like Mitt Romney and George W. Bush, the standard bearers of the party in the not distant past, who were totally excluded. And so you are going to see this kind of show that this is Donald Trump's Republican Party, that people are loyal to him, that they're excited about him. And it's kind of striking how we're going to hear another member of the Trump family tonight, Laura Trump, Eric Trump's wife, and we're going to hear not just Kellyanne Conway, but multiple members of the White House staff and members of the president's re-election campaign who are giving speeches. Kayleigh McEnany, the White House press secretary, has a prime slot. And it's a reflection of the fact that this is the Trump show, and that this is not like a normal convention where you'd hear kind of the whole panoply of Republicans. This is about Trump and his team.
We're going to have to leave it there, James. Thank you so much. Thanks for watching live coverage from the Washington Post. Night 3 begins now. We'll see you again at 11 o'clock.
Long before the shots fired at Concord were men and women of remarkable character and fortitude. An extraordinary spirit fueled the dreams they held. That spirit lived on to win liberty in the Revolution. It emboldened the Underground Railroads. It strengthened the brave souls at Normandy. It endured with those who gallantly fought the spread of communism. And on 9/11, that same spirit was found in the men and women storming the gates of death to save precious lives. The spirit of heroism thrives in the presence of tyranny, disaster. It is stronger than any virus. Yet there are those who condemn our heroes, seek to erase history and deconstruct the American ideal, remake America into something it was never intended to be. But the spirit of heroism stands in the breach. It lives in the heart, it breathes in the soul, and is woven into the courageous fabric of Americans like you. It preserves liberty. It strengthens families. It empowers the extraordinary. The spirit of heroism inspires us to act when others are in need, to do the right thing. Join us tonight. Dream heroic dreams. Celebrate America, land of the free, home of the brave.
From Washington, D.C., welcome to the 2020 Republican National Convention. Tonight, celebrating America as the land of heroes.
Lord, Almighty God, we come before you this evening and pray for your divine protection over our brothers and sisters in the path of storms along our Gulf Coast. You are our rock and our shelter in the midst of the storms of life. You are the God who commands the winds and the waves, and we pray that you will provide refuge to our people. O Lord, you have granted us certain natural rights, such as the right to speak freely, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, as well as religious freedom, the right to assemble, and the right to self-defense. Only in America have these God-given rights so flourished and been categorized as belonging to the people, embodying the very essence of our government. Father, we pray that this outlook and mindset, this form of government continues, as has been our history, especially now when, to our horror, it is being challenged. And so we pray that God gives strength and health to our president, who has splendidly demonstrated daily his determination to defend and maintain the God-given rights of our citizens, as enshrined in our Constitution and in our Declaration, eloquently passed down through our Judeo-Christian tradition. President Trump has stood up fearlessly against those who are corrupting the term social justice so as to deny Americans their birthright and these divine gifts. May God protect him. May God bless all those in government and among our citizens who seek to honor, defend, and preserve our heritage. This land was founded in an epic and providential moment. Like the revelation at Sinai, it was the moment when the vision of God rendezvoused with the soaring and noble plans of appointed men. Yet, every so often, apace various generations, we are compelled to resurrect and give rebirth to our providential beginning, to renew our present days with the exuberance of those founding days. Perhaps that is what is meant when we say, "Make America Great Again." We pledge to vigilantly protect and tend the garden so as to imbibe its blessed fruits. May God continue to make America great, and may we continue to be his people, one nation, under God. And let us say, Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening. I'm Governor Kristi Noem of South Dakota. I'm here tonight because I believe America is an exceptional nation, founded on three principles: equality, freedom, and opportunity. But today, our founding principles are under attack. This year, the choice for Americans is between a man who values these ideals and all that can be built because of them, and a man who isn't guided by these ideals, and coincidentally, has built nothing. Remember, America's battle for independence and fight for self-governance was something that had never been done before. Men of great intellect and wisdom, like James Madison, the father of our Constitution, hoped our constitutional republic would last for ages, mitigate the problems that would naturally arise from political factions, and prevent tyranny. Madison also authored much of the Bill of Rights because he understood the natural tendency of government to increasingly encroach on the people's consent, and thus our freedom. He urged his colleagues to adopt these amendments to enshrine in our Constitution the ideals laid out in the Declaration of Independence, that all power comes from the people, that the government is created and ought to be exercised for the benefit of the people. Our Constitution guarantees the right to speak, to assemble, and to worship, the right to arm ourselves as a counterbalance to a standing army, and the right to a fair and equitable criminal justice system. We must fight to protect these foundational rights from government interference and indifference. America is unique in the world. Government's power at all levels is limited to the confines of our Constitution, which protects our God-given liberties and civil rights. We are not and will not be the subjects of an elite class of so-called experts. We, the people, are the government. Now, at times, our country has struggled to live up to our founding principles. Another great American, Abraham Lincoln, knew that struggle better than anybody. When he was just 28 years old, Honest Abe saw wild and furious passions worse than savage mobs, he said, taking the place of reasoned judgment. He was alarmed by the increasing disregard for the rule of law throughout the country. He was concerned for the people that had seen their property destroyed, their families attacked, and their lives threatened or even taken away. These good people were becoming tired of and disgusted with a government that offered them no protection. Sound familiar? It took 244 years to build this great nation, flaws and all. But we stand to lose it in a tiny fraction of that time if we continue down the path taken by the Democrats and their radical supporters. From Seattle and Portland to Washington and New York, Democrat-run cities across this country are being overrun by violent mobs. The violence is rampant. There's looting, chaos, destruction, and murder. People that can afford to flee have fled, but the people that can't, good, hardworking Americans, are left to fend for themselves. The Republican Party's commitment to individual rights and self-government is as necessary today as it was in 1860 when we won our first presidential election. Our party respects individuals based on who they are. We don't divide people based on their beliefs or their roots. We don't shun people who think for themselves. We respect everyone equally under the Constitution, and we treat them as Martin Luther King Jr. wished, according to the content of their character, not the color of their skin. In just 4 years, President Trump has lifted people of all races and backgrounds out of poverty. He shrunk government. He put money back into the pockets of hardworking, ordinary Americans. He has advanced religious liberty. He protected the Second Amendment. You can look back 50 years. You won't find anyone that has surpassed President Trump's success on these 4 issues alone. History chooses its heroes for the time in which they live. At our founding, Madison was one of the chosen. When the nation's very existence was challenged, it was Lincoln's turn. Thanks to these men, America is a land of hope. Their examples have been repeated in countless ways by simple Americans following their conscience. But there is another American hero to be recognized, and that is the common American. This is who President Trump is fighting for. He's fighting for you.
I'm Scott Dane. I represent loggers and truckers in Minnesota, but I also represent a way of life. Logging's been a part of the great American story from the beginning. In fact, if you go to the Capitol Rotunda and look up, you can see loggers on one of the panels, New England settlers carving out a new world from the wilderness. But logging is the most dangerous job in the country. But we embrace that risk because we know America was built by strong people building things together. America needs us to keep building, and we can't wait to be a part of it. But the last time Joe Biden was in the White House, Minnesota lost nearly half of its mills, thousands of jobs, and experienced nearly a decade of decline. It was a similar story in other parts of the country. The administration just didn't seem to care. In 47 years in Washington, Joe Biden hasn't done anything for the timber industry. When plants closed in Duluth, Sartell, Cook, and Bemidji, they were just numbers on a paper to the Obama-Biden administration. To me, they were people and jobs and families. Under Obama-Biden, radical environmentalists were allowed to kill the forests. Wildfire after wildfire shows the consequences. Managed forests, the kind my people work in, are healthy forests. Under President Trump, we've seen a new recognition of the value of forest management in reducing wildfires. And we've seen new support for our way of life, where a strong back and a strong work ethic can build a strong middle class. We want to build families where we were raised and stand by communities that stood by us. We want that way of life available for the next generation, and we want our forests there too. President Trump, thank you for helping us do just that.
Hi, I'm U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn from Tennessee. America is a nation of heroes. In times of difficulty, we're reminded that they're all around us. They're in the line with us at the grocery store, in the pew with us at church. They're the regular Americans who step up to volunteer and serve when we need them most. They've stood at the forefront throughout this pandemic. The emergency room nurses who go back shift after shift. The medical researchers developing a vaccine and therapies to combat what the Chinese Communist regime unleashed on the world. Cookeville's Double Springs Church of Christ members lifting our country up in prayer and providing for those impacted by tragedy. But tonight, I want to talk to you about another kind of hero. The kind Democrats don't recognize because they don't fit into their narrative. I'm talking about the heroes of our law enforcement and armed services. Leftists try to turn them into villains. They want to cancel them. But I'm here to tell you, these heroes can't be canceled. Tennessee is full of them. After all, we're the volunteer state. My dad served in the Army in World War II. When he came home, he put on another uniform and for 30 years volunteered to help our underfunded Sheriff's Department. I'm reminded of him whenever I see compassion and selflessness in others. When I see law enforcement officers put their lives on the line every single day to keep our communities safe, in spite of the hatred thrown at them. When I see the heroes who volunteer to serve our country, putting their lives on the line for our freedom. Many of these heroes call Tennessee home, and we could not be more proud of the brave men and women of the 101st Airborne Division at Fort Campbell. The common thread between them is a deep-seated desire to serve a cause larger than themselves. They don't believe their country owes them anything. They believe they owe their country and their fellow man. As hard as Democrats try, they can't cancel our heroes. They can't contest their bravery, and they can't dismiss the powerful sense of service that lives deep in their souls. So, they tried to defund them, our military, our police, even ICE, to take away their tools to keep us safe. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and their radical allies try to destroy these heroes because if there are no heroes to inspire us, government can control us. They close our churches, but keep the liquor stores and abortion clinics open. They say we can't gather in community groups, but encourage protests, riots, and looting in the streets. If the Democrats had their way, they would keep you locked in your house until you become dependent on the government for everything. That sounds a lot like communist China to me. Maybe that's why Joe Biden is so soft on them. Why Nancy Pelosi says that China would prefer Joe Biden. Yep, I bet they would. But President Trump has stood up for our heroes every day. He stood by our law enforcement, our military, and the freedoms we hold dear. He's made good on his promise to put America first. And I hope you will stand with me as we send him back for 4 more years with a clear message to the Democrats. You will never cancel our heroes.
Hi, I'm Congressman Dan Crenshaw. 8 years ago, in the fields of Helmand Province, Afghanistan, a close friend and teammate laid down cover fire against Taliban insurgents so that I could walk, blind and bloodied, to the medevac helicopter and survive. But he didn't. Dave Warson was killed 2 months later. He died a hero to this great country. Here's the truth about America. We are a country of heroes. I believe that, so should you. We are a people with a common set of ideals conceived in liberty. People that has sacrificed time and again for our freedom and the freedom of others. That's something no other country ever, anywhere, can claim. Since 9/11, I've seen America's heroes up close. Some of them saved my life, some of them saved many others' lives. Many of them never made it home. These heroes acted as if the whole struggle depended on them alone, as if any weakness on their part would be a reflection of the whole nation. That's called duty. And America has a long history of it. Our enemies fear us because Americans fight for good, and we know it. It gives us strength. When our heroes are trusted and equipped, then freedom prevails. The defeat of ISIS was the result of America believing in our heroes, our president having their backs and rebuilding our military so we'd have what we needed to finish the mission. The cowering of the Iranian regime and the restoration of the deterrence once lost is the result of America believing in her own might again. But America's heroism isn't relegated to the battlefield. Every single day we see them if you just know where to look. It's the nurse who volunteers for back-to-back shifts caring for COVID patients because she feels that's her duty. It's the parent who will relearn algebra because there's no way they're letting their kid fall behind while schools are closed. And it's the cop that gets spit on one day and will save a child's life the next. America is the country where the young military wife with 2 young children answers the unexpected knock at the door, looks the man in uniform in the eye, and even as her whole world comes crashing down, she stands up straight, she holds back tears, and takes care of her family, because she must. This is what heroism looks like. It's who we are, nation of heroes. We need you now more than ever. We need to remind ourselves what heroism really is. Heroism is self-sacrifice. It's not moralizing and lecturing over others when they disagree. Heroism is grace, not perpetual outrage. Heroism is rebuilding our communities, not destroying them. Heroism is renewing faith in the symbols that unite us, not tearing them down. You see, America is a fabric. It's woven from the threads of history's best stories, best attributes, and greatest ideas. The American spirit reflects the oldest and most important virtues: self-sacrifice, courage, tolerance, love of country, grace, and passion for human achievement. We can decide right now that American greatness will not be rejected nor squandered. As the American founding was grounded in individual liberty, so will be our future. But if we are to rediscover our strength, then it must be an endeavor undertaken by each and every one of us. We must become the heroes that we so admire. America was built by them, and our future will be protected by them. It will be protected by you. So God bless America.
Good evening. I'm retired Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg. In 1967, at the age of 22, I volunteered to serve my country in Vietnam. From the jungles of Vietnam to the deserts of Iraq, I have gone where my nation asked. I have borne witness to soldiers' last moments on earth, their lives spent in hope and promise of a better future for all Americans. I was in the Pentagon on September 11th, 2001. I lost friends there that day. In the years that followed, I watched my daughter, son, and son-in-law deploy to Afghanistan. I have looked into the eyes of my grandchildren as they said goodbye to their fathers and hugged them one last time. I lived service. I understand sacrifice. I know leadership. Over the past 3.5 years, I have witnessed every major foreign policy and national security decision by the President. I have been in the room where it happened. I saw only one agenda and one guiding question when tough calls had to be made. Is this decision right for America? When President Donald Trump took office, decades of failed foreign policy had crippled us. He faced wars without end in sight, creation of failed states like Libya and Syria, a past that allowed a terrorist caliphate to grow, and leadership in Washington that allowed our military to atrophy while we spent trillions of dollars abroad instead of investing at home. President Trump has reversed the decline of our military and restructured our national security strategy. With historic investment and vision, our military is now better equipped, better resourced, and better manned than any military in the world. President Trump demolished the terrorist ISIS caliphate in the Middle East and eliminated its leader, al-Baghdadi, one of the world's most brutal terrorists. President Trump took decisive action against Iranian terrorist mastermind, Qasem Soleimani, a man responsible for deaths of hundreds of American servicemen in Iraq. When our NATO allies failed to meet their commitments as we upheld ours, President Trump demanded parity. NATO members have now increased their contributions over $100 billion this year, and NATO's Secretary General credits President Donald J. Trump. President Trump challenged and continues to challenge an ever increasingly provocative and militant China. But make no mistake, President Trump is no hawk. He wisely wields the sword when required, but believes in seeking peace instead of perpetual conflict. Just over a week ago, our president brokered a peace agreement between the United Arab Emirates and Israel, the first in the Middle East in over 25 years. And this week, Afghan negotiators, with help from American officials, will start peace negotiations between the Taliban and the Afghan government to end America's longest war. Ask yourself, has this president kept his promises to keep us out of needless conflicts and to pursue ending wars without end? Has he defended your interests in renegotiating trade deals that previously hurt Americans and our national security? Has he fulfilled his commander-in-chief role by decisively going after our nation's enemies? You and I know the answer is yes. The choice is clear. This is the most important election of our lifetime. The next 4 years will decide the course of our country for decades to come. I am asking you to stand up and be counted so we never have to look back and recall what it was once like in America when men and women were free, our families were secure, and we had a president who served the people. God bless America. Thank you, and good night.
Good evening. My name is Tara Myers. Tonight, I am here as a wife and mother to share how education freedom has personally impacted my family, especially the life of my son Samuel. Before Samuel was even born, I was told his life wouldn't be worth living. When early tests revealed he had Down syndrome, our doctor encouraged me to terminate the pregnancy. He said, if you do not, you will be burdening your life, your family, and your community. I knew my baby was a human being created by God, and that made him worthy of life. I am thankful that President Trump values the life of the unborn. When we went to register Samuel for kindergarten, we were told to just put him where he would be comfortable. Don't stress him out by trying to teach him. When we pushed for him to attend his neighborhood school with his sisters, we were told, just go home and let us do what we do. When I inquired about functional learning, I was told, this is all you get, like it or not. Well, I did not like it. One size did not fit all. So I helped fight to pass legislation in Ohio for a special needs scholarship so that all students could choose the right program for their needs. I worked to start a new functional learning program at our local private school. Finally, Samuel had an appropriate place to learn. Last December, Samuel was invited to the White House to meet our president and share his thoughts on education freedom. He said, "School choice helped my dreams come true. My school taught me the way I learned best. I was able to fit in. I made many friends. I became a part of my community. My teachers helped me become the best I can be." President Trump shook my hand and said, "Wonderful job, Mom. Your son is amazing." Unlike the doctor who told me to end Samuel's life before it even began, President Trump did not dismiss my son. He showed Samuel he valued him and was proud of what he accomplished. President Trump gave Samuel an equal seat at the table. Tonight, I would like to extend my thanks to President Trump and his administration for their work towards making every student's dream of a meaningful education a reality, and for fighting to ensure every child in America has an equal seat at the table of education freedom and an equal opportunity in life. Thank you, and may God bless America.
It all started at a tea party. 13 years before the American Civil War, civil unrest and division separated countrymen into two opposing camps. One determined to keep African American people enslaved, the other determined to see all people free. Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Lucretia Mott felt the call to fight for that freedom when they were selected as delegates for an anti-slavery convention. But upon arrival, were told they could not speak or vote at the male-dominated event. On July 9, 1848, Mott, Stanton, and 3 other women met for tea. By the end of the day, they'd formed a coalition with the sole purpose of gaining the right for women to vote, so they in turn would be free to fight for the freedoms of others. Women across America united and formed activist groups working tirelessly to win the vote for American women. The unconquerable Susan B. Anthony became one of the most visible leaders of women's suffrage when, in 1872, she registered and voted for every Republican on the ballot. As punishment for her actions, she was arrested for illegal voting. At the request of Susan B. Anthony, Senator A.A. Sargent introduced the 19th Amendment in 1878. The Susan B. Anthony Amendment was submitted and defeated 4 times, but women continued to fight. Sojourner Truth and many other black suffragettes defied segregation, fighting for all women's voices to be heard and allowed to vote. For the 2 years prior to ratification, the Silent Sentinels quietly picketed the White House. Finally, when Republicans regained control of Congress, on August 26, 1920, the Equal Suffrage Amendment was signed into law. Women's suffrage movement took 72 years and would change the lives of women forever. The victory was achieved peacefully through the valiant efforts of women patriots and the democratic process. 100 years later, in a bold declaration of rights for women, President Trump granted a full pardon to Susan B. Anthony on the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment's ratification. Women's suffrage was born from a desire to fight for the freedom of others. Now, we, the great patriots of America, will band together once again, and with one unified voice, we will vote for freedom.
I'm Kayleigh McEnany. You may know me as a supporter of President Trump, but tonight I'm here to share with you how he supported me, both as a new mom and as an American with a pre-existing condition. When I was 21 years old, I got a call that changed my life. It was my doctor informing me that I had tested positive for the BRCA2 genetic mutation, a mutation that put my chances of breast cancer at 84%. It was the same mutation that my mom had, compelling her to get a preventative double mastectomy, removing her breast tissue, but protecting her from a disease that has taken far too many of our mothers, our sisters, our friends. In my family, 8 women alone were diagnosed with breast cancer, several in their young 20s. I now faced the same prospect. For nearly a decade, I was routinely at Moffitt Cancer Center, getting MRIs, ultrasounds, and necessary surveillance. During these visits, I crossed paths with brave women battling cancer and fighting through chemotherapy. They were a testament to American strength. They are American heroes. On May 1st, 2018, I followed in my mother's footsteps, choosing to get a preventative mastectomy. I was scared. The night before, I fought back tears as I prepared to lose a piece of myself forever. But the next day, with my mom, dad, husband, and Jesus Christ by my side, I underwent a mastectomy, almost eliminating my chance of breast cancer, a decision I now celebrate. Breast reconstruction has advanced remarkably. While it is an individual's decision, my doctor and I chose a course of surgery that left me virtually unchanged. But more important than physical results, I developed a strength and a confidence that I carry with me. During one of my most difficult times, I expected to have the support of my family, but I had more support than I knew. As I came out of anesthesia, one of the first calls I received was from Ivanka Trump. As I recovered, my phone rang again. It was President Trump calling to check on me. I was blown away. Here was the leader of the free world caring about my circumstance. At the time, I had only met President Trump on a few occasions. But now, I know him well, and I can tell you that this president stands by Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, President Trump called me this morning. I spoke with him several times today, and he told me how proud he was of me for sharing this story. The same way President Trump has supported me, he supports you. I see it every day. I've heard him say the hardest part of his job is writing to loved ones of fallen soldiers. I've seen him offer heartfelt outreach to grieving parents who lost their children to crime in the streets. And I've watched him fight for Americans who lost their jobs. President Trump fights for the American people because he cares about stories like these. I have a 9-month-old daughter. She's a beautiful, sweet little girl. And I choose to work for this president for her. When I look into my baby's eyes, I see a new life, a miracle for which I have a solemn responsibility to protect. That means protecting America's future, a future President Trump will fight for, where our neighborhoods are protected, where life is sacred, where God is cherished, not taken out of our schools, removed from our pledge, and erased from our history. I want my daughter to grow up in President Donald J. Trump's America. Choosing to have a preventative mastectomy was the hardest decision I ever had to make. But supporting President Trump, who will protect my daughter and our children's future, was the easiest.
Good evening. I'm Karen Pence. My husband is Vice President Mike Pence. 100 years ago today, the 19th Amendment was adopted into the United States Constitution, guaranteeing women the right to vote. Because of heroes like Susan B. Anthony and Lucy Stone, women today, like our daughters, Audrey and Charlotte, and future generations, will have their voices heard and their votes count. The women's suffrage movement was the gateway that led to women having the opportunities to achieve monumental milestones and accomplish significant achievements in both civic and governmental roles. This evening, we look at heroes in our land. As Second Lady of the United States for the past 3.5 years, I have had the honor of meeting many heroes across this great country. The Pences are a military family. Our son Michael serves in the United States Marines, and our son-in-law Henry serves in the U.S. Navy. And one of my key initiatives is to elevate and encourage military spouses. These men and women, like our daughter Charlotte and our daughter-in-law Sarah, are the home front heroes. I have been privileged to hear so many stories of selfless support, volunteer spirit, and great contributions to the armed forces and our communities. You know, military spouses may experience frequent moves and job changes, periods of being a single parent while their loved one is deployed, all while exhibiting pride, strength, and determination, and being a part of something bigger than themselves. To all of the military spouses, thank you. President Trump and Vice President Pence have been supporting our United States Armed Forces, including our military families, on a significant scale. While traveling throughout our nation to educate military spouses about policy solutions that President Trump has promoted involving real, tangible progress in military spouse employment, I have been inspired to meet heroes like Lisa Bradley and Cameron Cruz. These military spouses decided to start their own business, R Riveter, named after the Rosie the Riveter campaign used to recruit women workers during World War II. R Riveter makes beautiful handbags designed and manufactured exclusively by military spouses. And many of those spouses live all over the country. They prepare and send their section of the bags to the company located in North Carolina, where the final product is assembled. Military spouse hero Jalon Hall Johnson in Billings, Montana, is a culinary artist who had dreamed of starting her own restaurant. Working with the Small Business Administration's Development Center, Jalon started her restaurant, The Sassy Biscuit, and she just opened a second restaurant in Dover, New Hampshire. And as the Second Lady, I've also been able to bring awareness to a form of therapy for our heroic veterans suffering from PTSD. Art therapy, facilitated by a professional art therapist, is especially effective with post-traumatic stress disorder. Master Gunnery Sergeant Chris Stowe, a Marine veteran I met in Tampa, who deployed for combat in Iraq and Afghanistan, said nothing had helped him deal with the trauma from his service in the Marines until he finally agreed to meet with the art therapist at Walter Reed Medical Center. Chris credits art therapy with saving his marriage and his life. And Chris went on to establish a glass-blowing workshop to help other vets. Many of our veteran heroes struggle as they transition back into civilian life, and sometimes the stress is too difficult to manage alone. A few weeks ago, I had the honor of speaking with some amazing Americans who answer the Veterans Crisis Line. One in particular, Sydney Morgan, especially impacted me. A veteran herself, Sydney said it is the highest honor of her life until they physically walk into a clinic to receive help they deserve, and she can pass their hand to someone ready to help. In these difficult times, we've all seen so many examples of everyday Americans reaching out a hand to those in need, those who, in humility, have considered others more important than themselves. We've seen healthcare workers, teachers, first responders, mental health providers, law enforcement officers, grocery and delivery workers, and farmers, and so many others. Heroes all. 100 years ago, women secured the right to vote. So let's vote, America. Let's honor our heroes. Let's re-elect President Trump and Vice President Pence for 4 more years. God bless our heroes, and God bless the United States of America.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Good evening. I'm Kellyanne Conway. 100 years ago, courageous warriors helped women secure the right to vote. This has been a century worth celebrating, but also a reminder that our democracy is young and fragile. A woman in a leadership role can still seem novel. Not so for President Trump. For decades, he has elevated women to senior positions in business and in government. He confides in and consults us, respects our opinions, and insists that we are on equal footing with the men. President Trump helped me shatter a barrier in the world of politics by empowering me to manage his campaign to its successful conclusion. With the help of millions of Americans, our team defied the critics, the naysayers, the conventional wisdom, and we won. For many of us, women's empowerment is not a slogan. It comes not from strangers on social media or sanitized language in a corporate handbook. It comes from the everyday heroes who nurture us, who shape us, and who believe in us. I was raised in a household of all women. They were self-reliant and resilient. Their lives were not easy, but they never complained. Money was tight, but we had an abundance of what mattered most: family, faith, and freedom. I learned that in America, limited means does not make for limited dreams. The promise of America belongs to us all. This is a land of inventors and innovators, of entrepreneurs and educators, of pioneers and parents, each contributing to the success and the future of a great nation and her people. These everyday heroes have a champion in President Trump. The teacher who took extra time to help students adjust to months of virtual learning. The nurse who finished a 12-hour COVID shift and then took a brief break only to change her mask, gown, and gloves to do it all over again. The small business owner striving to reopen after the lockdown was lifted, and then again after her store was vandalized and looted. The single mom with 2 kids, 2 jobs, 2 commutes, who 10 years after that empty promise finally has health insurance. President Trump and Vice President Pence have lifted Americans, provided them with dignity, opportunity, and results. I have seen firsthand many times the president comforting and encouraging a child who has lost a parent who has lost a child, a worker who lost his job, an adolescent who lost her way to drugs. Don't lose hope, he has told them, assuring them that they are not alone and that they matter. There always will be people who have far more than us. Our responsibility is to focus on those who have far less than us. President Trump has done precisely that in taking unprecedented action to combat this nation's drug crisis. He told me, "This is so important, Kellyanne. So many lives have been ruined by addiction and will never even know it because people are ashamed to reach out for help, and they're not even sure who to turn to in their toughest hour." Rather than look the other way, President Trump stared directly at this drug crisis next door, and through landmark bipartisan legislation has helped secure historic investments in surveillance, interdiction, education, prevention, treatment, and recovery. We have a long way to go, but the political inertia that costs lives and the silence and the stigma that prevents people in need from coming forward is melting away. This is the man I know and the president we need for 4 more years. He picks the toughest fights and tackles the most complex problems. He has stood by me, and he will stand up for you. In honor of the women who empowered me and for the future of the children we all cherish, thank you, and God bless you always.
Good evening. I'm Sister Dee Dee Byrne, and I belong to the community of the Little Workers of the Sacred Hearts of Jesus and Mary. Last 4th of July, I was honored to be one of the President's guests at his Salute to America celebration. I must confess that I recently prayed while in chapel, begging God to allow me to be a voice and instrument for human life. And now here I am, speaking at the Republican National Convention. I guess you better be careful for what you pray for. My journey to religious life was not a traditional route, if there is such a thing. In 1978, as a medical school student at Georgetown University, I joined the Army to help pay for my tuition and ended up devoting 29 years to the military, serving as a doctor and a surgeon in places like Afghanistan and Egypt's Sinai Peninsula. After much prayer and contemplation, I entered my religious order in 2002, working to serve the poor and the sick in Haiti, Sudan, Kenya, Iraq, and in Washington, D.C. Humility is at the foundation of our order, which makes it very difficult to talk about myself. But I can speak about my experience working for those fleeing war-torn and impoverished countries all around the world. Those refugees all share a common experience. They have been all marginalized, viewed as insignificant, powerless, and voiceless. And while we tend to think of the marginalized as living beyond our borders, the truth is the largest marginalized group in the world can be found here in the United States. They are the unborn. As Christians, we first met Jesus as a stirring embryo in the womb of an unwed mother and saw him born 9 months later in the poverty of the cave. It's no coincidence that Jesus stood up for what was just and was ultimately crucified because what he said wasn't politically correct or fashionable. As followers of Christ, we are called to stand up for life against the politically correct or fashionable of today. We must fight against a legislative agenda that supports and even celebrates destroying life in the womb. Keep in mind, the laws we create define how we see our humanity. And we must ask ourselves, what are we saying when we go into a womb and snuff out an innocent, powerless, voiceless life? As a physician, I can say without hesitation, life begins at conception. While what I have to say may be difficult for some to hear, I am saying it because I'm not just pro-life, I'm pro-eternal life, and I want all of us to end up in heaven together someday. Which brings me to why I'm here today. Donald Trump is the most pro-life president that this nation has ever had, defending life at all stages, His belief in the sanctity of life transcends politics. President Trump will stand up against Biden-Harris, who are the most anti-life presidential ticket ever, even supporting the horrors of late-term abortion and infanticide. Because of his courage and conviction, President Trump has earned the support of America's pro-life community. Moreover, he has a nationwide of religious standing behind him. You'll find us here with our weapon of choice, the rosary. So thank you, Mr. President. We are all praying for you.
I'm Lou Holtz. Many of you might know me as Coach Holtz, or maybe that football guy. It is a pleasure, a blessing, and an honor for me to explain why I believe that President Trump is a consistent winner, an outstanding leader, and deserves to be reelected as our president. First, I want you to know that I grew up in a one-bedroom house in West Virginia. I may have been poor, but the lessons my parents taught me were priceless. They taught me that life is about making choices. Wherever you are, good or bad, don't blame anyone else. Go get an education, get to work. You can overcome any obstacles, and always remember that in this great country of ours, anyone can amount to something special. I lived by those principles of hard work and responsibility my whole life, living out the American story, and it works. But there are people today, like politicians, professors, protesters, and of course, President Trump's naysayers in the media who like to blame others for problems. They don't have pride in our country. And because they no longer ask, what can I do for my country? Only what the country should be doing for them. They don't have pride in themselves. That's wrong. When I was an officer in the Army, I served with so many great Americans who embraced their responsibility to our country. I'm so proud of their sacrifices and the opportunity it has provided for so many millions. America remains a land of opportunity, no matter what the other side says or believes. You know, there's a statue of me at Notre Dame. I guess they needed a place for the pigeons to land. But if you look closely, you will see these three words there: trust, commitment, and love. All my life, I've made my choices based on these three words. I use these three rules to make choices about everything. My beloved wife of 59 years, athletes I coached, and of course, politicians, even President Trump. I ask myself three things. One, can I trust them? When a leader tells you something, you got to be able to count on it. That's President Trump. He says what he means what he says, and he's done what he said he would do at every single turn. One of the important reasons he has my trust is because nobody has been a stronger advocate for the unborn than President Trump. The Biden-Harris ticket is the most radically pro-abortion campaign in history. They and other politicians are Catholics in name only and abandon innocent lives. President Trump protects those lives. I trust President Trump. The second question I ask is, are they committed to doing their very best? President Trump always finds a way to get something done. If you want to do something bad enough, you will find a way. If not, you'll find an excuse. And excuses are a lot easier to find than solutions. President Trump finds solutions. President Trump is committed. And the third question I ask is, do they love people? Do they care about others? To me, this is very clear. President Trump has demonstrated through his prison reform, advocating for school choice and welfare reform, that he wants Americans from all walks of life to have the opportunity to succeed and live the American dream. President Trump loves our country and our great people. Trust, commitment, and love. In President Trump, we have a president we could trust, who works hard at making America greater, and who genuinely cares about people. If I apply this test to Joe Biden, I can't say yes to any of these three questions. I used to ask our athletes at Notre Dame, if you did not show up, who would miss you and why? Can you imagine what would happen to us if President Trump had not shown up in 2016 to run for president? I'm so glad he showed up. Thank you for showing up, Mr. President. I encourage everyone who loves this country, who loves America, to show up in November for President Trump. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Michael McHale, but my friends call me Mick. I'm a 30-year active duty member of law enforcement in the state of Florida. I am also the president of the National Association of Police Organizations, NAPO. Our organization recently endorsed Donald Trump for re-election as President of the United States. Our endorsement recognized his strong support for the men and women on the front lines, particularly during these challenging times. We value his support of aggressive federal prosecution of those who attack our police officers, his signing of the Law Enforcement Mental Health and Wellness Act, and his support for permanently authorizing funds to support 9/11 first responders and their families. Law enforcement officers across the nation take an oath to run towards danger when everyone else is running away. They do so willingly to protect our families and communities. I'm proud that the overwhelming majority of American police officers are the best of the best and put their lives on the line without hesitation. And good officers need to know their elected leaders and the department brass have their backs. Unfortunately, chaos results when failed officials in cities like Portland, Minneapolis, Chicago, and New York make the conscious decision not to support law enforcement. Shootings, murders, looting, and rioting occur unabated. The violence and bloodshed we are seeing in these and other cities isn't happening by chance. It's the direct result of refusing to allow law enforcement to protect our communities. Joe Biden has turned his candidacy over to the far left anti-law enforcement radicals. And as a senator, Kamala Harris pushed to further restrict police, cut their training, and make our American communities and streets even more dangerous than they already are. Conversely, President Trump supports the creation of a national standard for training on de-escalation and communication to give officers more tools to resolve conflict without violence. The differences between Trump, Pence, and Biden-Harris are crystal clear. Your choices are the most pro-law enforcement president we've ever had, or the most radical anti-police ticket in history. We invite those who value the safety of their family and loved ones to join the hundreds of thousands of members of the National Association of Police Organizations and support the re-election of President Donald J. Trump. Thank you, and God bless America.
I'm Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, and I am honored to represent New York's 21st Congressional District, the cradle of the American Revolution. It's where almost 250 years ago, brave patriots fought in the battles of Saratoga to turn the tide of the Revolutionary War. It's where 40 years ago in Lake Placid, a team of amateur hockey players out-hustled, out-skated, and defeated the Soviet Union, stunning the world and giving us the unforgettable Miracle on Ice. And today, it's home to Fort Drum and the historic 10th Mountain Division, the most deployed unit in the U.S. Army since 9/11, where I saw firsthand President Trump graciously thank and honor our men and women in uniform and sign the largest pay raise for our troops in a decade. Since our nation's founding, generation after generation of everyday Americans served and sacrificed to preserve and strengthen the American dream, the vision of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and the idea that if you work hard and dream big, you can achieve anything you imagine. I believe in the American dream because I've lived it. Like millions of Americans, I grew up in a small business family where I learned the values of hard work and determination. I was the first person in my immediate family to graduate from college, ran for Congress to serve upstate New York, and am proudly the youngest Republican woman elected to Congress in history. I am honored to support President Trump for re-election because I know that he is the only candidate who will stand up for hardworking families and protect the American dream for future generations. Since his first day in office, President Trump has fought tirelessly to deliver results for all Americans, despite the Democrats' baseless and illegal impeachment sham and the media's endless obsession with it. I was proud to lead the effort standing up for the Constitution, President Trump, and most importantly, the American people. This attack was not just on the president. It was an attack on you, your voice, and your vote. But the American people were not swayed by these partisan attacks. Our support for President Trump is stronger than ever before. We know what's at stake in this historic election. Americans from all walks of life are unified in support of our president. It's why more Republican women than ever are running for office this year. We understand that this election is a choice between the far-left Democratic socialist agenda versus protecting and preserving the American dream. President Trump is working to safely reopen our Main Street economy. He understands that the engine of our country is fueled by the ingenuity and determination of American workers, entrepreneurs, and small businesses. Joe Biden wants to keep them locked up in the basement and crush them with $4 trillion in new taxes. We face a critical choice. Joe Biden's far-left failed policies of the past 47 years, or President Trump, who will stand up for the American people and the Constitution. I believe in the wisdom and spirit of the American people to elect the only candidate who is capable of protecting the American dream, President Donald J. Trump. Thank you to the North Country for the opportunity to serve as your voice supporting his re-election. God bless the United States of America, the greatest country on earth.
Good evening. I'm Madison Cawthorn, and I'm running to represent North Carolina's 11th Congressional District. This is a time of great adversity for our country, and I know something about adversity. At 18 years old, I was in a horrific car accident that's left me paralyzed from the waist down. Instantly, my hopes and dreams were seemingly destroyed. I was given a 1% chance of surviving, but thanks to the power of prayer, a very loving community, and many skilled doctors, I made it. It took me over a year to recover. My first public outing in a wheelchair was to a professional baseball game. You know, before my accident, I was 6'3". I stood out in a crowd. But as I wheeled through the stadium, I felt invisible. At 20, I thought about giving up. However, I knew I could still make a difference. You know, my accident has given me new eyes to see and new ears to hear. God protected my mind and my ability to speak. So I say to people who feel forgotten, ignored, and invisible, I see you. I hear you. At 20, I made a choice. In 2020, our country has a choice. We can give up on the American idea, or we can work together to make our imperfect union more perfect. I choose to fight for the future, to seize the high ground and retake the shining city on a hill. While the radical left wants to dismantle, defund, and destroy, Republicans, under President Trump's leadership, want to rebuild, restore, and renew. I just turned 25. When I'm elected this November, I'll be the youngest member of Congress in over 200 years. And if you don't think young people can change the world, then you just don't know American history. George Washington was 21 when he received his first military commission. Abe Lincoln, 22 when he first ran for office. And my personal favorite, James Madison, was just 25 years old when he signed the Declaration of Independence. In times of peril, young people have stepped up and saved this country, abroad and at home. We held the line, scaled the cliffs, crossed oceans, liberated camps, and cracked codes. Yet today, political forces want to usher in the digital dark ages, a time of information without wisdom and tribalism without truth. National leaders on the left have normalized emotion-based voting and a radicalized identity politics that rejects Martin Luther King's dream. MLK's dream is our dream, for all Americans to be judged solely on their character. Millions of people risk their lives every year to come here because they believe in the dream of MLK and the American dream. Join us as we, the Party of Freedom, double down on ensuring the American dream for all people. We are committed to building a new town square. It welcomes all ideas and all people. Here we will have freedom of speech, not freedom from speech. To liberals, I say let's have a conversation. Be a true liberal. Listen to other ideas and let the best ones prevail. And to conservatives, I say let's define what we support and win the argument in areas like healthcare and on the environment. In this new town square, you don't have to apologize for your beliefs or cower to a mob. You can kneel before God, but stand for our flag. The American idea my ancestors fought for during the Revolutionary War is just as exciting and revolutionary today as it was 250 years ago. I say to Americans who love our country, young and old, be a radical for freedom. Be a radical for liberty. And be a radical for our republic, for which I stand, one nation under God, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and may God bless America.
I'm Jack Brewer, a former three-time NFL team captain, college professor, coach, husband, son, and father. I'm also a lifelong Democrat, but I support Donald Trump. Let me be clear. I didn't come here for the popularity or the praise, the likes or the retweets. I'm here as a servant to God, a servant to the people of our nation, and a servant to our president. I grew up in Grapevine, Texas, a town that my great-grandfather was the first black man to settle as a sharecropper in 1896. My early high school experience included fighting with skinheads and being a witness in an attempted murder trial after my friend shot a skinhead in self-defense. I remember my dad's bravery when he personally stood up against a KKK rally in my town. In my house, my father taught me to back down from no one. I know what racism looks like. I've seen it firsthand. In America, it has no resemblance to President Trump. And I'm fed up with the way he's portrayed in the media, who refuse to acknowledge what he's actually done for the black community. It's confusing the minds of our innocent children. Before I left to come deliver this message, my energetic 8-year-old son, Jackson, stopped me and said, "Dad, can you please just tell everyone that all lives need to matter and that God loves everyone?" In that moment, I realized that my 8-year-old had figured out what so many adults have seemed to forget. We are not as divided as our politics suggest. At some point, for the sake of our children, the policies must take priority over the personalities. So because you have an issue with President Trump's tone, you're going to allow Biden and Harris to deny our underserved black and brown children school choice? Are we so offended by the president's campaign slogan, "Make America Great Again," that we're going to ignore that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have collectively been responsible for locking up countless black men for nonviolent crimes? Are you going to allow the media to lie to you by falsely claiming that he said there were very fine white supremacists in Charlottesville? He didn't say that. It's a lie. And ignore the so-called Black Lives Matter organization that openly, on their website, calls for the destruction of the nuclear family. My fellow Americans, our families need each other. We need black fathers in the homes with their wives and children. The future of our communities depend on it. I'm blessed to be able to run inner-city youth programs and to also teach in prisons across America. The inmates in my federal prison program literally receive days off their sentence just for attending my class. And that's thanks to President Donald Trump and his First Step Act. President Trump cared about these Americans and their families, even when so many others had left them behind and had written them off. I'm forever grateful for President Trump for that. He endures relentless attacks, and so do many of us, like myself, who support him. But my mama always told me, when the Lord starts blessing, the devil starts messing. This convention marks a time to celebrate our history. Republicans are the party that freed the slaves and the party that put the first black men and women in Congress. It's the party of Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln. And now, Tim Scott and Donald Trump. Our president has made incredible strides to end mass incarceration and give unprecedented opportunities for black in America to rise. America, let this election be a call for all God's people who are called by his name to humble ourselves and pray together and to seek his face and to turn from our wicked ways. Then he will hear us from heaven, and he will forgive our sins, and he will heal our land. Amen, and God bless America.
Greetings. My name is Chen Guangcheng. Standing up to tyranny is not easy, I know. When I spoke out against China's one-child policy and other injustices, I was prosecuted, beaten, sent to prison, and put under house arrest by the Chinese Communist Party, the CCP. In April 2012, I escaped and was given shelter in the American Embassy in Beijing. I'm forever grateful to the American people for welcoming me and my family to the United States, where we are now free. The CCP is an enemy of humanity. It is terrorizing its own people, and it is threatening the well-being of the world. In China, expressing beliefs or ideas not approved by the CCP, religion, democracy, human rights can lead to prison. The nation lives under mass surveillance and censorship. The U.S. must use its values of freedom, democracy, and the rule of law to gather a coalition of other democracies to stop CCP's aggression. President Trump had led on this, and we need the other countries to join him in this fight, a fight for our future. Standing up to fight unfairness isn't easy, I know. So does President Trump, but he has shown the courage to wage that fight. We need to support, vote, and fight for President Trump for the sake of the world. Thank you.
I'm Congressman Lee Zeldin. Tonight, as we celebrate America as a land of heroes, I'm here at a VFW Post of Heroes in West Hampton Beach, New York. I've seen amazing Americans in action, raised in a law enforcement family, deployed to Iraq as an 82nd Airborne paratrooper, and serving today in the Army Reserve. My generation of post-9/11 veterans has huge shoes to fill, following our greatest generation that fought tyranny and saved the world. All over our country, everyday heroes serve and sacrifice for the greater good. Farmers, truckers, craftsmen, these heroes keep America running, and President Trump fights for them every day. This year, we've especially relied on one particular group of heroes, frontline medical workers. My twin daughters, Michaela and Ariana, were born over 14 weeks early. They weighed just 1.5 pounds. At 2 weeks, Michaela went into septic shock, had a stroke, and underwent brain surgery, leaving 1/3 of the left side of her brain a hole. Her doctors didn't believe Michaela would survive, fearing dire permanent consequences even if she did. Through the miracles of modern medicine, power of prayer, and her will to live, my daughters are now starting high school and doing great, with no long-term effects from those frightful months in the NICU. So when I learned my county's PPE stockpile was depleted, I immediately thought of those healthcare workers who saved my baby girls. Jared Kushner and I were on the phone late into that Saturday night. The very next day, President Trump announced he was sending us 200,000 N95 masks. He actually delivered almost 400,000. That number quickly grew to 1.2 million masks, gowns, and more. The president sent thousands of ventilators to New York. He deployed the USS Comfort and converted the Javits Center to a field hospital. His administration authorized our lab testing requests at blinding speed. During a once-in-a-century pandemic, an unforeseeable crisis sent to us from a faraway land, the president's effort for New York was phenomenal. For our nation to emerge even stronger, more prosperous, freer, and more secure than ever, to make our country greater than ever before, we must re-elect President Trump. We are the land of the free because of the brave. And we are the land of opportunity because we have a president who wants to empower the best of who we are to be the best of what we can be. There's never been a nation greater than ours. Never a people more resilient than ours. And never a future for America more promising than ours right now. Keeping America great is up to us, and losing is not an option.
And I'm very proud to have President Trump in office here. He's the best we've ever had. He's done the most for any president ever done.
He's always there trying to take care of veterans, giving veterans what they need. The turnaround times have increased since Trump has taken over. You have to fight 15 years for benefits, but once he came into office, you had like 90 days. You turned your paperwork in, at least you had some kind of answer.
I waited months for a signature on a piece of paper to get a prosthetic leg fixed, and now it's a lot better turnaround.
But before, it was a 5-year waiting process to appeal. So how long do we have to wait for benefits?
I waited 20 years to file. Rapidly was approved for medical, and then turned right around and got disability. I was thinking it was going to be several years worth of waiting to hear.
He's accomplished a lot in 3.5 years. And it helps the American people, and he has done a lot for veterans, for the middle class.
I chose to serve my country. If I could do it, I would do it all over again, especially for this president. I mean, he's the kind of president you'd run through a brick wall if he asked you to.
Went through many presidents, but this one, I can say, is the best president we've ever had and ever will have, I believe.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for inviting me into your home this evening. It's truly a privilege. My name is Joni Ernst. I was raised on a small family farm here in Iowa, where I learned the importance of faith, hard work, and service. I worked my way through college, then dedicated my life to serving my country as a local official, a battalion commander in the military, and as a U.S. Senator. Service. It's more than a word to me. It's a mission, a way of life. It's what brought me to Cedar Rapids, Iowa in 2008 when I was in the National Guard. We saw historic floods that swept through the communities. We lent a helping hand to our fellow Iowans who were literally underwater. We thought we had seen the worst, but 12 years later, these same communities have faced an even more devastating disaster, the recent derecho storm. If you don't live in Iowa, you may not have heard much about it at first. While reporters here in the state were in the trenches covering the equivalent of a Category 2 hurricane, most of the national media looked the other way. To them, Iowa is still just flyover country. Houses, farms were destroyed. About 1/3 of our crops here were damaged. In some cases, these storms wiped out a lifetime of work, and yet Iowa farmers didn't hesitate to grab their chainsaws and check on their neighbors. Our farmers live every day with that sense of service, the stewards of the land, the ones who feed and fuel the world. President Trump quickly signed an emergency declaration for Iowa to provide relief. And of course, when President Trump came to Cedar Rapids, the national media finally did too. For years, I've worked closely with the president for farmers in Iowa and across the country. We scrapped Obama and Biden's punishing waters of the United States rule, which would have regulated about 97% of land in Iowa, in some cases, even puddles. It would have been a nightmare for farmers. The president delivered on major trade deals with Japan and the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement. And he implemented the sale of E15 fuel year-round. That means more choices for you at the pump and more jobs for farmers in the heartland. This is something the Obama-Biden administration failed to do in 8 years. In fact, I can't recall an administration more hostile to farmers than Obama-Biden, unless you count the Biden-Harris ticket. The Democratic Party of Joe Biden is pushing this so-called Green New Deal. If given power, they would essentially ban animal agriculture and eliminate gas-powered cars. It would destroy the agriculture industry, not just here in Iowa, but throughout the country. When the pandemic hit, President Trump heard us in our call for assistance for our farmers. Knowing we have an ally in the White House is important. Folks, this election is a choice between two very different paths: freedom, prosperity, and economic growth under a Trump-Pence administration, or the Biden-Harris path, paved by liberal coastal elites and radical environmentalists, an America where farmers are punished, jobs are destroyed, and taxes crush the middle class. That is our choice, and it's a clear one. Thank you, and God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Burgess Owens. Shackled in the belly of a slave ship, an 8-year-old boy named Silas Burgess came to America to be sold on an auction block. By the grace of God and the courage of slaves who believed in freedom, Silas escaped through the Underground Railroad and settled in the great state of Texas. He went on to become a successful entrepreneur. He built his community's first church, first elementary school, and purchased 102 acres of farmland, which he paid off in 2 years. I'm here today, a candidate for Congress, because of my great-great-grandfather, Silas Burgess. I was raised in the South during the days of Jim Crow and the KKK. Even through the challenges of segregation, we were taught that anything is possible in America. When I was 22 years old, I thought all my dreams had come true when I was drafted by the New York Jets. 10 years later, with a Pro Bowl nod and a Super Bowl championship under my belt, I left the NFL to start a business. I thought I could never fail, but years later I did, and I lost everything. As I moved my family of 6 into a 1-bedroom basement apartment in Brooklyn, New York, I had a choice to make: to feel sorry for myself or get to work. I worked as a chimney sweep during the day and a security guard at night. It was humbling to be recognized cleaning a chimney by someone who once cheered me as an NFL fan. But those hard days would pay off, and eventually I started a rewarding career in the corporate world. We live in a country where we're encouraged to dream big, where second chances are at the core of our American DNA. We don't hear that same message from Nancy Pelosi's Congress. Career politicians, elitists, and even a former bartender want us to believe it's impossible. They want us to believe that what I did, what my great-great-grandfather did, is impossible for ordinary Americans. As patriots, we know better. This November, we stand at a crossroad. Mobs torch our cities while popular members of Congress promote the same socialism that my father fought against in World War II. We have a Democratic candidate for president who says that I'm not black if I don't vote for him. Now more than ever, we need leaders who stand by their principles and won't compromise their values for political opportunities. Now more than ever, we need leaders who will stand up to the lawlessness supported by the radical left. This November, we have an opportunity to reject the mob mentality and once again be the America that my great-great-grandfather believed in. During the Trump administration, business ownership among blacks, Hispanics, and females have reached all-time highs. Those same groups enjoyed record low unemployment and unprecedented prosperity, and we're just getting started. I'm running for Congress because we don't need more career politicians. We need a few more chimney sweeps. We need more leaders like President Trump who understand the freedoms that make up the fabric of America. My fellow Americans, specifically my Democrat and independent friends, it is now time for us to unite and put aside partisan barriers. Help us win back the House, keep the Senate, and give our president 4 more years, and I promise you, we will make you proud. Thank you, and God bless the United States of America.
Standing guard over Baltimore Harbor is the remains of an earthen star, a relic of time past. It recalls a time when the spirit of liberty stirred in men of renown who stood in the gap against the most powerful force in the world. 27 hours, 1,000 men, low on ammunition, firing scrap metal. The battle raged, insurmountable odds. A darkness fell upon this new nation. In the midst of the fight, the heroes of Fort McHenry were unmoved. The light of dawn overcame the darkness. The gallant flag hoisted above Fort McHenry, torn and battered, stood, victoriously observing a dejected enemy slowly retreating into the rising sun, inspiring the anthem of our nation. The spirit of liberty, not to be denied, the earthen star, Fort McHenry, a reminder of those brave patriots who, having done all, stood and prevailed. It is why we stand today, honoring past, present, and future generations of freedom-loving Americans when we hear the anthem and raise the Star-Spangled Banner.
Good evening, America. I'm Lara Trump, daughter of Bob and Linda Unaska, sister to Kyle, mother to Luke and Carolina, and the daughter-in-law of our 45th president, Donald J. Trump. But tonight, I come to you simply as an American. My life began like many in our country. I grew up in Wrightsville Beach, North Carolina. My parents were small business owners and worked hard to make sure that my brother and I had everything we needed, but not everything we wanted. My parents raised me to believe that in America, I could achieve anything with hard work and determination, that the opportunities available to me were limited only by the size of my ambition, that I should dream big, and I did. Those very dreams are what led me to New York City. I'd heard the adage, if I can make it there, I can make it anywhere, and I intended to do just that. Never in a million years did I think that I would be on this stage tonight, and I certainly never thought that I'd end up with the last name Trump. My 7th grade English teacher, Mrs. B, used to tell us, believe none of what you hear, half of what you read, and only what you're there to witness firsthand. The meaning of those words never fully weighed on me until I met my husband and the Trump family. Any preconceived notion I had of this family disappeared immediately. They were warm and caring. They were hard workers, and they were down to earth. They reminded me of my own family. They made me feel like I was home. Walking the halls of the Trump Organization, I saw the same family environment. I also saw the countless women executives who thrived there year after year. Gender didn't matter. What mattered was the ability to get the job done. I learned this directly when, in 2016, my father-in-law asked me to help him win my cherished home state and my daughter's namesake, North Carolina. Though I had no political experience, he believed in me. He knew I was capable, even if I didn't. So it didn't surprise me when President Donald Trump appointed so many women to senior-level positions in his administration. Secretary of the United Nations, Secretary of the Air Force, the first female CIA director, the first black female director of the Fish and Wildlife Service, and countless ambassadors, just to name a few. Under President Trump's leadership, women's unemployment hit the lowest level since World War II. 4.3 million new jobs have been created for women. In 2019 alone, women took over 70% of all new jobs. Female small business ownership remains at an all-time high, and 600,000 women have been lifted out of poverty, all since President Trump took office. He didn't do these things to gain a vote or check a box. He did them because they're the right things to do. 100 years ago today, the 19th Amendment was ratified, granting the right to vote to every American woman. And since that day, incredible strides have been made by women in America. From Amelia Earhart to Rosa Parks and Sally Ride, women shaped our history and are part of what has made our country the most exceptional nation in the world. I often think back to my 24-year-old self, driving alone in my car from North Carolina to New York City. And I think about what I'd tell myself now as we head towards the most critical election in modern history. This is not just a choice between Republican and Democrat, or left and right. This is an election that will decide if we keep America America, or if we head down an uncharted, frightening path towards socialism. Abraham Lincoln once famously said, "America will never be destroyed from the outside. If we falter and lose our freedoms, it will be because we destroyed ourselves." While those words were spoken over 150 years ago, never have they been more relevant. Will we choose the right path and maintain the unique freedoms and boundless opportunities that make this country the greatest in the history of the world? Will we remain the beacon of hope for those around the world fighting oppression, communism, and tyranny? The choice is ours. I know the promise of America because I've lived it, not just as a member of the Trump family, but as a woman who knows what it's like to work in blue-collar jobs, to serve customers for tips, and to aspire to rise. When I look at my son Luke and my daughter Carolina, I wonder, what sort of country will I be leaving for them, for our future generations? In recent months, we've seen weak, spineless politicians cede control of our great American cities to violent mobs. Defund the police is the rallying cry for the new radical Democrat Party. Joe Biden will not do what it takes to maintain order, to keep our children safe in our neighborhoods and in their schools, to restore our American way of life. We cannot dare to dream our biggest dreams for ourselves or for our children while consumed by worry about the safety of our families. President Trump is the law and order president, from our borders to our backyards. President Trump will keep America safe. President Trump will keep America prosperous. President Trump will keep America, America. If you're watching tonight and wrestling with your vote on November 3rd, I implore you, tune out the distorted news and biased commentary and hear it straight from someone who knows. I wasn't born a Trump. I'm from the South. I was raised a Carolina girl. I went to public schools and worked my way through a state university. Mrs. B from my 7th grade English class was right. What I learned about our president is different than what you might have heard. I learned that he's a good man, that he loves his family, that he didn't need this job, that no one on earth works harder for the American people, that he's willing to fight for his beliefs and for the people and the country that he loves. He is a person of conviction. He is a fighter and will never stop fighting for America. He will uphold our values. He will preserve our families. And he will build upon the great American edict that our union will never be perfect until opportunity is equal for all, including and especially for women. Our 40th president, Ronald Reagan, said it best: "The dreams of people may differ, but everybody wants their dreams to come true. And America, above all places, gives us the freedom to do that." It's up to us to keep this country a place where no dream is out of reach for our children and generations beyond. To my father-in-law, thank you for believing in me. Thank you for bravely leading this country, and thank you for continuing to fight every day for America. May God bless and protect the Gulf states in the path of the hurricane. May God bless our troops, and may God continue to bless this incredible country.
Good evening. My name is Sam Vigil. There is a hole in my heart since my beloved Jackie was taken from me. This is her story. There were two things that Jackie loved to do every day. One was to go to the gym and tweet out Bible verses and prayers to her friends. On November 19th, the tweet stopped. That day started out like any other day. She left for the gym early in the morning. I heard the garage door open. Seconds later, I heard the car horn. I went outside to see if she had forgotten something. What I saw was a Jeep blocking her car in the driveway. I noticed the bullet hole in Jackie's window. I saw someone jumping into the Jeep and speeding away. Jackie had just been shot and killed in cold blood. We think this was a carjacking gone wrong, very wrong. Every time I open the garage door or stand in the driveway, I hear that horn. I see her slumped in the seat. When I go to bed at night, that sound and image haunt me. That's my life sentence. It's a sentence being served by too many families left behind by senseless killings. Albuquerque, where I live, is one of the most violent cities in the country. Fewer than 50% of homicides are solved. It is a sad irony that Jackie immigrated to the U.S. for a better life than her native Colombia, only to be gunned down in her own driveway. For 8 months, there were no arrests, no leads in connection with Jackie's murder. The Albuquerque police were overwhelmed. They needed help. Help arrived when President Trump launched Operation Legend in July of this year. Almost immediately, the FBI took over Jackie's case. In a matter of days, they arrested 4 people. The 5th suspect killer was arrested in Texas on unrelated charges. He is an illegal immigrant with a long criminal record. He had been deported in September and had come back in October to terrorize our community. I am extremely grateful to President Trump and the FBI for their efforts to deliver justice for Jackie and all the other innocent victims of violent crime. I am honored to support the president because he is supporting us. I know he will never stop fighting for justice, for law and order, for peace, security in our communities.
Greetings, my fellow Americans. I am Clarence Henderson. There have been movements that have changed the course of history. Among the most extraordinary was the Civil Rights Movement. 60 years ago, segregation was legal and enforced. The simple act of sitting at a lunch counter could lead to physical harm, jail time, or worse. I know from personal experience. Walking into Woolworth department store on February 2nd, 1960, I knew it was unlike any day I'd experienced before. My friends had been denied service the day before because of the color of their skin. We knew it wasn't right. But when we went back the next day, I didn't know whether I was going to come out in a vertical or prone position, in handcuffs or on a stretcher, or even in a body bag. By sitting down to order a cup of coffee, we challenged injustice. We knew it was necessary, but we didn't know what would happen. We faced down the KKK. We were cursed at and called all kinds of names. They threatened to kill us, and some of us were arrested, but it was worth it. Our actions inspired similar protests throughout the South against racial injustice. And in the end, segregation was abolished, and our country moved a step closer to true equality for all. That's what actual peaceful protest can accomplish. America isn't perfect. We're always improving, but the great thing about this country is that it's not where you come from, it's where you're going. I was born on what some would call the wrong side of the tracks. I don't even have a birth certificate. I never attended an integrated school, and am the only one out of my immediate family who graduated from college, an HBCU. I'm a military veteran and a civil rights activist. And you know what else? I'm a Republican, and I support Donald Trump. If that sounds strange, you don't know your history. It was the Republican Party that passed the 13th Amendment, abolishing slavery. It was a Republican Party that passed the 14th Amendment, giving black men citizenship. It was the Republican Party that passed the 15th Amendment, giving black men the right to vote. Freedom of thought is a powerful thing. There are Americans, voters all over the country, who media is trying to convince to conform to the same old Democratic talking points. You know what that'll get you? The same old results. Joe Biden had the audacity to say, if you don't vote for him, you ain't black. Well, to that, I say, if you do vote for Biden, you don't know history. Donald Trump is not a politician. He's a leader. Politicians are a dime a dozen. Leaders are priceless. The record funding Trump gave HBCUs is priceless too. So are the record number of jobs he created for the black community, and the investment he drove into our neighborhoods with tax incentives in opportunity zones. And so are the lives he restored by passing criminal justice reform, where 91% of the inmates released are black. These achievements demonstrate that Donald Trump truly cares about black lives. His policies show his heart. He has done more for black Americans in 4 years than Joe Biden has done in 50. Donald Trump is offering real and lasting change, an unprecedented opportunity to rise, a country that embraces the spirit of the civil rights movement of the 60s, a place where people are judged by the content of their character, their talents and abilities, not by the color of their skin. This is the America I was fighting for 60 years ago. This is the America Donald Trump is fighting for today. Let's all join in this fight for re-electing President Trump on November 3rd. Thank you.
During the presidential primary debates 4 years ago, one outsider stood alone and said in public what most Americans thought in private. It was 14 years after the start of the war in Afghanistan and 12 years after the invasion of Iraq, where thousands of American troops had died and trillions in taxpayer dollars had been spent. And yet no candidate could bring themselves to admit that something had gone badly wrong with American foreign policy. That the American voter, the American soldier, and the American taxpayer had all been let down. Except for one, Donald Trump. He called America's endless wars what they were, a disaster. The media was shocked because Donald Trump was running as a Republican. And yet he said out loud what we all knew, that American foreign policy was failing to make Americans safer. After the end of the Cold War, Democrats and Republicans in Washington bought into the illusion that the whole world would start to resemble America. And so they started to pursue unlimited globalization. They welcomed China into the World Trade Organization. They engaged in nation building in Afghanistan and tried to export democracy to Iraq. They signed a nuclear deal with Iran and a global climate agreement in Paris. But they didn't ground any of it in the interests of the average American. So for decades, while Washington politicians built a global system, American wages stagnated. Our great cities and industries were hollowed out. Entire communities were devastated, and our manufacturing plants were shipped off to China. That's what happened when Washington stopped being the capital of the United States and started being the capital of the world. As U.S. ambassador to Germany, I had a front row seat to Donald Trump's America First foreign policy. I wish every American could see how President Trump negotiates on their behalf. I've watched President Trump charm the Chancellor of Germany while insisting that Germany pay its NATO obligations. I was proud to witness President Trump say to foreign leaders, "I don't blame you for wanting America to pay for your security. I actually respect you for out-negotiating the presidents before me. But it stops with me. I won't let the American taxpayer be taken advantage of." Donald Trump's administration has always made clear that our priority is the American people's security. That's the job of all leaders, to put their people first. And we've seen how this strategy has succeeded. In 4 short years, Donald Trump has led even some Washington Democrats to agree on the Chinese threat, on trade deals that benefit America first, on alliances that share responsibility. In 4 years, Donald Trump didn't start any new wars. He brought troops home. He rebuilt the military and signed peace deals that make Americans safer. The Washington elites want you to think this kind of foreign policy is immoral, and so they call it nationalist. That tells you all you need to know. The DC crowd thinks when they call Donald Trump a nationalist, they're insulting him, as if the American president isn't supposed to base foreign policy on America's national interests. A return to the Biden way of thinking means America gives the radical terrorist regime in Tehran a plane load of cash in the middle of the night. Well, you see, President Trump also sent an aircraft in the middle of the night to deal with Iran. But that plane was on a different mission. an airstrike to take out the head of Iran's terror machine who plotted the deaths of Americans. But we also must be clear that when those who seek freedom take tremendous personal risk in places like Hong Kong, Tehran, or Minsk, there is no doubt who President Trump's administration supports. We will always stand with the people who fight for their God-given freedoms. Don't be fooled. The Washington establishment is trying to sell you on their candidate. Joe Biden was first elected to the Senate in 1972, 48 years ago. Well, it's actually the typical Washington story. Just this year, 22 Democrats ran for president. They rejected all of the outsiders and nominated the ultimate Washington insider, someone they had to pull out of retirement. Every time Joe Biden offers a new idea, you should ask yourself, why didn't he try that over the last 48 years? Today, the Democrats blame a global pandemic that started in China on President Trump, and they still blame Russia for Hillary Clinton's loss in 2016. As acting director of national intelligence, I saw the Democrats' entire case for Russian collusion, and what I saw made me sick to my stomach. The Obama-Biden administration secretly launched a surveillance operation on the Trump campaign and silenced the many brave intelligence officials who spoke up against it. They presented bogus information as facts. They lied to judges. Then they classified anything that undermined their case. And after Donald Trump won the election, when they should have continued the American tradition of helping the president-elect transition into the White House, they tried instead to undercut him even more. Former Vice President Joe Biden asked intelligence officials to uncover the hidden information on President Trump's incoming national security advisor 3 weeks before the inauguration. That's the Democrats. Between surveillance, classifications, leaks, and puppet candidates, they never want the American people to know who's actually calling the shots. But with Donald Trump, you always know exactly who is in charge. Because the answer is you. You're in charge. Not lobbyists, not special interests, not warmongers or China sympathizers or globalization fanatics. With Donald Trump and Mike Pence in the White House, the boss is the American people. President Trump rightly calls his foreign policy America First. America First does not advance the interests of one group of Americans at the expense of another. It has no bias about red or blue, educated or not educated, urban or rural. America First is simply the belief that politicians should focus on the equality and dignity of every American, and that this duty is fulfilled by promoting the safety and wealth of the American people above all else. That's America First. That's the Trump doctrine. And that, my friends, is 4 more years.
By dawn's early light, millions of Americans give thanks for this land, our liberties, and those who defend it. That same pride inspired the words of our national anthem, penned here as the smoke of battle lifted over 2 centuries ago. When those American soldiers bravely fought and died, repelling the British onslaught, they did so not only for our people, which that flag represented, but for our principles, for which the flag stood, our God-given freedoms, the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, equality under the law, government by the people. These are the threads that bind us together as Americans, for we are not a nation born of blood, but of belief. And even though that old flag has sometimes been battered and beaten, faded and forgotten, fired upon and set ablaze, There are heroes throughout our history who have picked up those tattered strands, mended them, and raised our flag anew. Just as the soldiers at Fort McHenry fought in defense of the beliefs that bind us today, there are new leaders who have devoted their life to do the same.
Greetings across the amber waves of grain. This is Mike Pence.
Across Indiana highways and homes, his voice warmly welcomed Hoosiers each morning. Mike Pence filled the radio waves with conservative commentary, guarding our American ideals. But much like the man who inspired him, Mike didn't grow up a Republican.
As President Reagan said, freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction.
His grandfather was a hard-working Irish immigrant who drove a bus to provide for his family. His father served our nation bravely in the Korean War and earned a Bronze Star. Mike was the third of 6 children, raised here in Columbus, Indiana, with a cornfield in his backyard.
The foundation of America is freedom, and the foundation of freedom is faith.
It was in this small Indiana town his foundation of faith in Jesus Christ was laid. And from that conviction sprung his love of people and service to others. It was at a church service where Mike met the love of his life, Karen. They married and have 3 children, Michael, Charlotte, and Audrey.
I'm a Christian, a conservative, and a Republican, in that order.
Mike became the president of a free market think tank, the host of a statewide conservative radio show, and then a congressman. In Washington, Mike quickly became known as a foremost defender of freedom. He led conservatives in the fight to protect our time-honored values of family, faith, life, liberty, and limited government.
Our nation's strength begins at home, because strong families make a strong America.
Mike earned the trust of the people of his state and became the 50th governor of Indiana. He delivered the largest state tax cut in Indiana history, expanded school choice, led the country in manufacturing, and helped more Hoosiers get to work than ever before. But he wasn't through.
ABC News has learned that Donald Trump will choose Indiana Governor Mike Pence to be his running mate.
I would like to introduce a man who I truly believe will be the next Vice President of the United States, Governor Mike Pence.
As our Vice President, Mike Pence has held tightly to those threads of freedom woven through our history. Leading with those principles alongside President Trump, our nation experienced prosperity like never before.
He is solid as a rock. He's been a fantastic vice president.
And now, in these uncertain days, we are equipped to overcome. In times of trouble, some call to retreat from those ideals. But Americans throughout history have lifted them in triumph, hope, and resilience. Mike Pence knows those stars and stripes do not merely represent who we are, but more importantly, what we can be. As the sun rises again on America, we lift our eyes to those lofty truths, to guide our country and every one of us to greater heights. In this land of the free and home of the brave. Vice President Mike Pence.
Please welcome the Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence, accompanied by the Second Lady, Mrs. Karen Pence.
Good evening, America. It's an honor to speak to you tonight from the hallowed grounds of Fort McHenry, the site of the very battle that inspired the words of our national anthem. Those words have inspired this land of heroes in every generation since. It was on this site 206 years ago when our young republic heroically withstood a ferocious naval bombardment from the most powerful empire on earth. They came to crush our revolution, to divide our nation, and to end the American experiment. The heroes who held this fort took their stand for life, liberty, freedom, and the American flag. And those ideals have defined our nation. But they were hardly ever mentioned at last week's Democratic National Convention. Instead, Democrats spent 4 days attacking America. Joe Biden said that we were living through a season of darkness. But as President Trump said, where Joe Biden sees American darkness, we see American greatness. In these challenging times, our country needs a president who believes in America, who believes in the boundless capacity of the American people to meet any challenge, defeat any foe, and defend the freedoms we hold dear. America needs 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House. Before I go further, allow me to say a word to the families and communities in the path of Hurricane Laura. Our prayers are with you tonight, and our administration is working closely with authorities in the states that will be impacted. FEMA has mobilized resources and supplies for those in harm's way. This is a serious storm, and we urge all those in the affected areas to heed state and local authorities. Stay safe, and know that we'll be with you every step of the way to support, rescue, respond, and recover in the days and weeks ahead. That's what Americans do. Four years ago, I answered the call to join this ticket because I knew that Donald Trump had the leadership and the vision to make America great again. And for the last 4 years, I've watched this president endure unrelenting attacks, but get up every day and fight to keep the promises that he made to the American people. So with gratitude for the confidence President Donald Trump has placed in me, the support of our Republican Party, and the grace of God, I humbly accept your nomination to run and serve as Vice President of the United States. Serving the American people in this office has been a journey I never expected. It's a journey that would not have been possible without the support of my family, beginning with my wonderful wife, Karen. She's a lifelong school teacher, an incredible mother to our 3 children. And she is one outstanding Second Lady of the United States. I'm so proud of you. And we couldn't be more proud of our 3 children. Marine Corps Captain Michael J. Pence and his wife, Sarah. Our daughter, Charlotte Pence Bond, an author, and the wife to Lieutenant Henry Bond, who is currently deployed and serving our nation in the United States Navy. And our youngest, a recent law school grad, our daughter Audrey, and her fiancé, who, like so many other Americans, had to delay their wedding this summer. But we can't wait for Dan to be a part of our family. In addition to my wife and kids, the person who shaped my life the most is also with us tonight. My mom, Nancy. She is the daughter of an Irish immigrant, 87 years young. And Mom follows politics very closely. And the truth be told, sometimes I think I'm actually her second favorite candidate on the Trump-Pence ticket. Thank you, Mom. I love you. Over the past 4 years, I've had the privilege to work closely with our president. I've seen him when the cameras are off. Americans see President Trump in lots of different ways. But there's no doubt how President Trump sees America. He sees America for what it is. A nation that has done more good in this world than any other. A nation that deserves far more gratitude than grievance. And if you want a president who falls silent when our heritage is demeaned or insulted, he's not your man. Now, we came by very different routes to this partnership. And some people think we're a little bit different. But you know, I've learned a few things watching him. Watching him deal with all that we've been through over the past 4 years. He does things in his own way, on his own terms. Not much gets past him. And when he has an opinion, he's liable to share it. He's certainly kept things interesting. But more importantly, President Donald Trump has kept his word to the American people. In a city known for talkers, President Trump is a doer. And few presidents have brought more independence, energy, or determination to that office. 4 years ago, we inherited a military hollowed out by devastating budget cuts, an economy struggling to break out of the slowest recovery since the Great Depression. ISIS controlled a land mass twice the size of Pennsylvania, and we witnessed a steady assault on our most cherished values, freedom of religion and the right to life. That's when President Donald Trump stepped in. And from day one, he kept his word. We rebuilt our military. This president signed the largest increase in our national defense since the days of Ronald Reagan and created the first new branch of our armed forces in 70 years, the United States Space Force. And with that renewed energy, we also returned American astronauts to space on an American rocket for the first time in nearly 10 years. And after years of scandal that robbed our veterans of the care that you earned in the uniform of the United States, President Trump kept his word again. We reformed the VA, and Veterans Choice is now available for every veteran in America. Our armed forces and our veterans fill this land of heroes. And many join us tonight in this historic fort. Tonight we have among us 4 recipients of the Medal of Honor. 6 recipients of the Purple Heart. A Gold Star mother of a gallant Navy SEAL. And wounded warriors from Soldier Strong, a group that serves our injured veterans every day. We are honored by your presence, and we thank you for your service. With heroes just like these, we defend this nation every day. And under this Commander-in-Chief, we've taken the fight to radical Islamic terrorists on our terms, on their soil. Last year, American armed forces took the last inch of ISIS territory, crushed their caliphate, and took down their leader without one American casualty. And I was there when President Trump gave the order to take out the world's most dangerous terrorist. Iran's top general will never harm another American because Qasem Soleimani is gone. My fellow Americans, you deserve to know. Joe Biden criticized President Trump following those decisions to rid the world of 2 terrorist leaders. But it's not surprising, because history records that Joe Biden even opposed the operation that took down Osama bin Laden. It's no wonder that the Secretary of Defense under the Obama-Biden administration once said that Joe Biden has been, and I quote, wrong on nearly every major foreign policy and national security issue over the past 4 decades. So we've stood up to our enemies, and we've stood with our allies. Like when President Trump kept his word and moved the American embassy to Jerusalem, the capital of the State of Israel, setting the stage for the first Arab country to recognize Israel in 26 years. Closer to home, we appointed more than 200 conservative judges to our federal courts. We supported the right to life and all the God-given liberties enshrined in our Constitution, including the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. And when it came to the economy, President Trump kept his word and then some. We passed the largest tax cut and reform in American history. We rolled back more federal red tape than any administration ever had. We unleashed American energy and fought for free and fair trade. And in our first 3 years, businesses large and small created more than 7 million good-paying jobs, including 500,000 manufacturing jobs all across America. Our country became a net exporter of energy for the first time in 70 years. Unemployment rates for African Americans and Hispanic Americans hit the lowest level ever recorded. And on this 100th anniversary of the woman's right to vote, I'm proud to report that under President Donald Trump, we achieved the lowest unemployment rate for women in 65 years. And more Americans working than ever before. In our first 3 years, we built the greatest economy in the world. We made America great again. And then the coronavirus struck from China. Before the first case of the coronavirus spread within the United States, the president took unprecedented action and suspended all travel from China, the second largest economy in the world. Now, that action saved untold American lives. And I can tell you firsthand, it bought us invaluable time to launch the greatest national mobilization since World War II. President Trump marshaled the full resources of our federal government from the outset. He directed us to forge a seamless partnership with governors across America in both political parties. We partnered with private industry to reinvent testing and produce supplies that were distributed to hospitals around the land. Today, we're conducting more than 800,000 tests a day, and we have coordinated the delivery of billions of pieces of personal protective equipment for our amazing doctors, nurses, and healthcare workers. We saw to the manufacture of 100,000 ventilators in 100 days. And no one who required a ventilator was ever denied a ventilator in the United States. We built hospitals, surged military medical personnel, and enacted an economic rescue package that saved 50 million American jobs. As we speak, we're developing a growing number of treatments known as therapeutics, including convalescent plasma, that are saving lives all across America. Now, last week, Joe Biden said that no miracle is coming. Well, what Joe doesn't seem to understand is that America is a nation of miracles. And I'm proud to report that we're on track to have the world's first safe, effective coronavirus vaccine by the end of this year. After all the sacrifice in this year like no other, all the hardship, we're finding our way forward again. But tonight, our hearts are with all the families who've lost loved ones and have family members still struggling with serious illness. In this country, we mourn with those who mourn. We grieve with those who grieve. And this night, I know that millions of Americans will pause and pray for God's comfort for each of you. You know, our country doesn't get through such a time unless its people find strength within. The response of doctors, nurses, first responders, farmers, factory workers, truckers, and everyday Americans who put the health and safety of their neighbors first has been nothing short of heroic. Veronica Sayez put on her scrubs every day. Day in and day out, went to work in one of New York City's busiest hospitals. She stayed on the job, put in the long hours until it was done, and then got back in her neighborhood and helped neighbors and friends struggling. Her brother William is a New York City firefighter. And they're both emblematic of heroes all across this country. They're with us tonight. And I say to them and to all of you, you have earned the admiration of the American people, and we will always be grateful for your service and care. Thanks to the courage and compassion of the American people, we're slowing the spread. We're protecting the vulnerable. And we're saving lives. And we're opening up America again. Because of the strong foundation that President Trump poured in our first 3 years, we've already gained back 9.3 million jobs in the last 3 months alone. And we're not just opening up America again. We're opening up America's schools. And I'm proud to report that my wife, Karen, that school teacher I've been married to, will be returning to her classroom next week. And so to all of our heroic teachers and faculty and staff, thank you for being there for our kids. We're going to stay with you every step of the way. In the days ahead, as we open up America again, I promise you, we'll continue to put the health of America first. And as we work to bring this economy back, we all have a role to play. And we all have a choice to make. On November 3rd, you need to ask yourself, who do you trust to rebuild this economy? A career politician who presided over the slowest economic recovery since the Great Depression? Or a proven leader who created the greatest economy in the world? The choice is clear. To bring America all the way back, we need 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House. My fellow Americans, we're passing through a time of testing. But in the midst of this global pandemic, just as our nation had begun to recover, we've seen violence and chaos in the streets of our major cities. President Trump and I will always support the right of Americans to peaceful protest. But rioting and looting is not peaceful protest. Tearing down statues is not free speech. And those who do so will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Last week, Joe Biden didn't say one word about the violence and chaos engulfing cities across this country. So let me be clear. The violence must stop, whether in Minneapolis, Portland, or Kenosha. Too many heroes have died defending our freedom to see Americans strike each other down. We will have law and order on the streets of this country for every American of every race and creed and color. President Trump and I know that the men and women that put on the uniform of law enforcement are the best of us. Every day, when they walk out that door, they consider our lives more important than their own. People like Dave Patrick Underwood, an officer in the Department of Homeland Security's Federal Protective Service, who was shot and killed during the riots in Oakland, California. Dave's heroism is emblematic of the heroes that serve in blue every day. And we're privileged tonight to be joined by his sister, Angela. Angela, we say to you, we grieve with your family. And America will never forget or fail to honor Officer Dave Patrick Underwood. The American people know we don't have to choose between supporting law enforcement and standing with our African American neighbors to improve the quality of their lives, education, jobs, and safety. And from the first days of this administration, we've done both. and we will keep supporting law enforcement and keep supporting our African American and minority communities across this land for 4 more years. Now, Joe Biden says that America is systemically racist and that law enforcement in America has, and I quote, an implicit bias against minorities. When asked whether he'd support cutting funding to law enforcement, Joe Biden replied, yes, absolutely. Joe Biden would double down on the very policies that are leading to violence in America's cities. The hard truth is, you won't be safe in Joe Biden's America. And under President Trump, we will always stand with those who stand on the thin blue line, and we're not going to defund the police, not now, not ever. My fellow Americans, we're passing through a time of testing, but soon we will come to a time for choosing. Joe Biden has referred to himself as a transition candidate, and many were asking, transition to what? But last week, Democrats didn't talk very much about their agenda. And if I were them, I wouldn't either. I mean, Bernie Sanders did tell his followers that Joe Biden would be the most liberal president in modern times. In fact, he said, and I quote, that many of the ideas he fought for, that just a few years ago were considered radical, are now mainstream in the Democratic Party. At the root of their agenda is the belief that America is driven by envy, not aspiration. That millions of Americans harbor ill will toward our neighbors instead of loving our neighbors as ourselves. The radical left believes that the federal government must be involved in every aspect of our lives to correct those American wrongs. They believe the federal government needs to dictate how Americans live, how we should work, how we should raise our children, and in the process deprive our people of freedom, prosperity, and security. Their agenda is based on government control. Our agenda is based on freedom. Where President Trump cut taxes, Joe Biden wants to raise taxes by nearly $4 trillion. Where this president achieved energy independence for the United States, Joe Biden would abolish fossil fuels, end fracking, and impose a regime of climate change regulations that would drastically increase the cost of living for working families. Where we fought for free and fair trade, and this president stood up to China and ended the era of economic surrender, Joe Biden has been a cheerleader for communist China. He wants to repeal all the tariffs that are leveling the playing field for American workers. And he actually criticized President Trump for suspending all travel to China at the outset of this pandemic. Joe Biden is for open borders, sanctuary cities, free lawyers and health care for illegal immigrants. And President Trump, he secured our border and built nearly 300 miles of that border wall. Joe Biden wants to end school choice. And President Trump believes that every parent should have the right to choose where their children go to school, regardless of their income or area code. President Trump has stood without apology for the sanctity of human life every day of this administration. Joe Biden, he supports taxpayer funding of abortion right up to the moment of birth. When you consider their agenda, it's clear. Joe Biden would be nothing more than a Trojan horse for the radical left. The choice in this election has never been clearer, and the stakes have never been higher. Last week, Joe Biden said democracy's on the ballot. And the truth is, our economic recovery is on the ballot. Law and order are on the ballot. But so are things far more fundamental and foundational to our country. In this election, it's not so much whether America will be more conservative or more liberal, more Republican or more Democrat. The choice in this election is whether America remains America. It's whether we will leave to our children and our grandchildren a country grounded in our highest ideals of freedom, free markets, and the unalienable right to life and liberty, or whether we will leave them a country that's fundamentally transformed into something else. We stand at a crossroads, America. President Trump has set our nation on a path of freedom and opportunity. Joe Biden would set America on a path of socialism and decline. But we're not going to let it happen. President Donald Trump believes in America and in the goodness of the American people, the boundless potential of every American to live out their dreams in freedom. And every day, President Trump has been fighting to protect the promise of America. Every day, our president has been fighting to expand the reach of the American dream. And every day, President Donald Trump has been fighting for you. And now it's our turn to fight for him. On this night in the company of heroes, I'm deeply grateful. Deeply grateful for the privilege of serving as Vice President of this great nation and to have the opportunity to serve again. I pray to be worthy of it, and I will give that duty all that's in me. In the year 2020, the American people have had more than our share of challenges. But thankfully, we have a president with the toughness, energy, and resolve to see us through. Now, those traits actually run in our national character. As the invading force learned on approach to this fort in September of 1814, against fierce and sustained bombardment, our young country was defended by heroes, not so different from those who are with us tonight. The enemy was counting on them to quit, but they never did. Fort McHenry held, and when morning came, our flag was still here. My fellow Americans, we're going through a time of testing. But if you look through the fog of these challenging times, you will see our flag is still there today. That star-spangled banner still waves over the land of the free and the home of the brave. From these hallowed grounds, American patriots in generations gone by did their part to defend freedom. Now it's our turn. So let's run the race marked out for us. Let's fix our eyes on Old Glory. and all she represents. Let's fix our eyes on this land of heroes and let their courage inspire. And let's fix our eyes on the author and perfecter of our faith and our freedom. And never forget that where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. That means freedom always wins. My fellow Americans, thank you for the honor of addressing you tonight and the opportunity to run and serve again as your Vice President. I leave here today inspired. And I leave here today more convinced than ever that we will do in our time as Americans have done throughout our long and storied past. We will defend our freedom and our way of life. We will re-elect our president and principled Republican leaders across the land. And with President Donald Trump in the White House for 4 more years, and with God's help, we will make America great again. Again. Thank you. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome country music superstar Trace Adkins.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner
that wraps up night 3 of the Republican National Convention. Vice President Mike Pence painted the election as an existential threat to America's future and said America is at a crossroads, quoting President Trump, saying, "Where Joe Biden sees American darkness, we see American greatness." The vice president ended with a call to patriotism in facing challenging times, but not before getting in political barbs at the Democrats. And he praised the administration's coronavirus response and said they're on track to have a vaccine by the end of the year. Mike Pence said violence must stop in cities, including Kenosha. He condemned rioting and tearing down statues, but did not condemn the killing of Black Americans by police. Well, with me to talk about night 3, my guests, White House reporter Tolu Olorunnipa, Capitol Hill reporter Rhonda Colvin, and national political reporter James Hohmann. Welcome to you all. Tolu, let's start with you. You cover the White House on an intimate basis. Did the speech of Vice President Pence meet the moment in terms of topics? You know, I was wondering if this was a speech we would have heard that was much different in a pre-coronavirus moment. I'd love your thoughts.
Yeah, I think you gave a pretty good rundown of what the vice president did, and what he did was essentially what the White House wanted him to do, which was to give this speech almost as if we were in a pre-pandemic mode. He talked about all the jobs created in the first 3 years of the Trump administration, not talking about millions of jobs that have been lost or cut in the last 6 months due to the coronavirus. So he tried to present this sort of positive spin on what we've seen from the Trump administration, almost speaking as if we were not in the midst of a pandemic. And he focused on a lot of the issues the president likes to do, about cutting taxes. He talked about reducing regulations. He talked about the state of the economy in the first 3 years of the Trump administration. And he talked about law and order. So these are all messages that the president wants to hear. They think they're winning messages for November. They think they're winning messages for swing voters. We'll have to wait and see whether or not that actually works. But it was definitely an on-message speech by Vice President Pence, which he is known for. He's known for sticking to the script, staying on message, and very loyal and supportive of the president. And
James,
got
yeah,
a half hour of that.
Sorry to cut you off, Tolu. Let's go to James Hohmann to get you into this conversation. You know, James, the vice president really had a call at the very end, using the backdrop of Fort McHenry and, you know, winning a war and the American flag and the Star-Spangled Banner, to appeal to patriotism and to talk about triumphing in hard times. Now that rung true to this moment, right? This moment of challenge, of economic crisis and an international pandemic. But what else in the speech stood out to you in terms of anchoring it in the moment of what Americans are facing right now?
Yeah, Libby, I think 75% of that speech would have been the same if Bernie Sanders had won the nomination. You know, they kind of have the campaign they want to run, which is painting Biden as Sanders. But I also think, in terms of your question, meeting the moment they're trying to meet is the picture that conservatives see on Fox News every night, which is violence in the streets of Portland, chaos in Minneapolis and Kenosha. That was what the vice president talked about as much as the coronavirus. You know, I found it kind of amusing that Pence kept saying these are testing times because of all of our struggles getting testing ramped up and how that has kind of bedeviled the coronavirus response efforts. But he laced into Biden. He said, you know, he at one point said point blank, you will not be safe in Joe Biden's America. It's one thing to hear that from the McCloskeys at their house in St. Louis. It's another for the sitting vice president to say you will not be safe if our opponents win, and promise to restore law and order. It's a tricky balancing act because, of course, they are in charge. They've been in charge for 3.5 years. You know, at the convention last time, they declared that the violence in the streets would end if they were elected. But that, I think, was where they were trying to be, you know, as we say in journalism, on the news.
Rhonda Colvin, let's compare and contrast the message here tonight with what Democrats were saying last week, because they were also issuing a warning about what would happen if their opponents won the White House.
Right. It was a little bit of a different warning. The Democrats were saying that President Trump does not have the type of character that can lead us out of the so-called darkness, as Biden used. And this time Pence is saying that it would be a very dark world if Vice President Biden and Kamala Harris were running it. So this goes along with the narrative we've heard all week long that a Biden world will be very unsafe for people, it will be filled with riots, violence. One thing about Vice President Pence's speech just now that stood out to me is he's the leader of the White House task force on the coronavirus, and yes, he spent time on that issue, but he didn't talk about anything that he did with the task force. It was a lot of cheerleading for President Trump, saying President Trump saved lives by stopping travel back and forth from China, that the vaccine will be coming before the end of the year. He didn't really talk about any of his work. We still kind of don't know a lot about what he does other than being this sort of cheerleader for President Trump. Even Melania Trump yesterday spoke about things that she did as First Lady, and we didn't really hear a lot of things from Vice President Trump on what he sees would be his vision for the next 4 years, or his partnered vision with the president. So I think that was missing. He did touch on the hurricane, though, and that has strengthened to a near Category 5 right now, and it's forecasted to be pretty devastating. So he did have a line in there about that, so that does fit the times. But it's very interesting about optics right now that this convention is going on when people are bracing themselves in the southern part of the United States for a pretty devastating storm.
Rhonda, let's keep talking about optics as we watch the President and First Lady. They're living in like a coronavirus-free world. One that I'm sure we would all love to join if it weren't for the dangers posed by being around other people without masks and without social distancing. This is a very different optic than what we saw the Democrats portray.
That's true with Democrats. Even in the roll call that they did, you saw some people wearing masks through their roll call presentations. Here I'm not seeing many masks at all. I'm not seeing President Trump or Mrs. Trump or the Pences wearing a mask.
You know, Rhonda, I think we just saw one because it was on a journalist. Oh, because it was on a journalist.
Oh, it was a journalist. Okay.
Yeah.
Well.
So if anyone saw that, I don't think that's the attendees. I think that's the journalist capturing this moment.
That's right. And then there were also reports from yesterday that those who were in attendance to the Melania Trump speech were not tested, and they were in very close proximity to the president and the First Lady. So there is that disconnect that one party is not pushing the idea of masks, and then you have the other party. Joe Biden, in his speech last week, said that one of the first things he's going to do is issue a mask mandate. So definitely a different way of handling this virus from both parties.
Toulouse, let's go back to you. What else resonated for you, stood out to you tonight as someone who covers this duo so closely? Talk about other speakers and other themes.
Well, obviously the vice president being the keynote, I thought his speech did stand out in part for the willingness of the vice president to go where President Trump has gone when it comes to, sort of stoking these divisions, talking about law and order, talking about sort of the dark themes that the president wants to put forward. And that was something that we heard throughout the night. We heard other speakers talk about Joe Biden as someone who would usher in socialism or usher in this dark time in American history. It was interesting to see a large number of minority speakers who sort of spoke out against Joe Biden and in favor of President Trump. We know that according to polling, especially among Black voters, President Trump does not have a lot of support. He's in the single digits, or in some cases the low teens in terms of the level of support he has. But over the course of the last 3 days, we have seen a large number, relatively speaking, of Black supporters, mostly Black male supporters, speaking out in favor of the president, saying, I know what racism looks like, and this president isn't racist. That has been a theme throughout the course of this convention. We'll have to wait and see as to whether or not it has any impact, because right now a large majority of all voters and a even larger majority of minority voters do think the president is a racist, do think that he traffics in racial tropes. And it is interesting that the convention tried to take that on relatively directly by highlighting some of these speakers who were sort of called to serve as character witnesses for the president in defending him against these charges of racism. I did think that was interesting throughout the course of the night, seeing so many minority speakers, not something that you always see at Republican conventions, especially at a convention for a president who has been accused so often of being racist.
Well, as Toulouse points out, it was a diverse lineup tonight, and Vice President Pence may have been the headliner, but we also heard from a lot of women. Joyce Koh is live outside the White House tonight, and the White House behind you, Joyce, is awash in color as a symbolic gesture. So tell us about your takeaways tonight.
Well, Libby, I think tonight was in large part geared towards women. You see the physical symbol behind me, the White House lit up in gold, white, and purple. It looks a little bit different on camera, but in person it is gold, white, and purple in honor of the ratification of the 19th Amendment, of course, what gave women the right to vote. And we also heard from a number of women speakers tonight. One thing that we've seen across all of these nights of the Republican convention has been these anecdotes painting Trump to be more of an empathetic person than maybe the public sees him. We've heard a lot of personal stories talking about how he is a softer version of himself when the cameras are off. And I think tonight went even further than that when we heard from a number of female speakers highlighting President Trump as someone who empowers women to positions of power. I was talking to a couple of Republican strategists today, and one of them said that it was very clear that the Trump team knows where they are weakest, and that is among suburban moms. And this is something that is supported by the polls, too. This is a demographic where Trump struggles. In the latest Washington Post ABC poll, President Trump's favorability rating among suburban women was 41% compared to Joe Biden's 56% favorability. So this is an area where President Trump's campaign knows they need to work to close that gap if they want those votes come November. We saw a couple of women tonight really speaking to this. Kayleigh McEnany, President Trump's press secretary, talking about her own personal stories with her breast cancer scare and getting a double mastectomy, really highlighting President Trump on health care. She said that he is supportive of people who have pre-existing conditions. She also talked about herself as a mother, talking about how she wants her daughter to grow up in Trump's America. We also heard from Kellyanne Conway, who showed up tonight in suffragette white. She is someone who we've heard fiercely defend the president, and tonight I think she took a more measured approach to her speech, but again defending the president, talking about him in a manner that she says he, really empowers women to positions of power. He hires women, and she talked about President Trump as a comforter. She talked about him in the capacity of calling grieving families and hearkening back to that sort of empathetic theme that we have seen throughout the course of this convention. So I think we will see if these speeches really have any weight as far as voters are concerned, to see if President Trump and his campaign team can close that gap among suburban women. Libby?
Great, Joyce Koh, thank you so much, and we'll see you again tomorrow night, Joyce. Let's go to James Hohmann. James, we were all watching to see what Kellyanne Conway would say. What were your takeaways from her speech?
That she is not going away. I think she's taking a step back. She obviously wants to focus on her family right now, but she made very clear that she has a future in Republican politics, and she talked a lot about her work on the opioid issue, which we also heard from Melania Trump last night. That was such an animating issue in 2016 for Trump, the kind of the deaths of despair. It's how he was able to do well in places like Pennsylvania. At one point, Kellyanne Conway was the kind of the leader of the effort in the White House, the task force to address that. So she spoke about that. I think that's still a very potent, salient issue for millions and millions of Americans. One of the things that I was struck by in hearing from the staff, not just Conway, was about the forever wars. We heard from Keith Kellogg, who's Mike Pence's national security advisor, and he very explicitly said Donald Trump is not a hawk. We heard from Rick Grinnell, who was until very recently the acting director of national intelligence, and before that, Trump's ambassador to Germany, kind of talking about how Trump is essentially a pacifist and ending the forever wars. So I thought that was another theme that kind of was part of the softer, gentler thing, but also with the larger theme of promises made, promises kept. And it was ironic because they were talking about how Trump was not violent and wasn't using the military, hadn't gotten us into any wars. And then you had other speakers who were saying, he was dropping bombs on Soleimani. He dropped the biggest bomb ever on Afghanistan. So that's the needle they're trying to thread. But I thought that was one of the big takeaways for me from tonight.
James, we know that Mike Pence brings a lot of conservative Christians into the fold, into the Trump-Pence fold. We also heard from the Second Lady, Karen Pence, tonight, and themes of faith run throughout pretty much everything they do and talk about. We heard direct critiques, though, of Joe Biden's faith, and some of them were pretty stunning given how strong Joe Biden is connected to his Catholicism. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, Joe Biden regularly goes to Mass. Faith, he is credited with getting him through losing his wife and daughter in 1972 and his son Beau. He is very tied in with the faith community. There's actually a very active faith community for Biden coalition effort. The president does not go to church. The last time he was at a church was when they used tear gas to clear peaceful protesters so that he could go hold the Bible up in front of the St. John's in Lafayette Square. And so there is, there's some hypocritical element to that. The Pence's, I covered Mike Pence very closely when he was in the House, and I wrote a lot about him actually when he was governor of Indiana, and that always has been very central to his political brand. He often talks about what he's praying about, and he says he's a Christian, an American, and a Republican in that order. That's one of his favorite go-to lines. So that very much is central to Pence's identity. It is not central to Donald Trump's identity, and so that's why it's sort of striking to watch Republicans claim, frankly, outrageously, that Joe Biden is anti-God. As Trump said earlier this week, the president claimed that Biden wants to get rid of God, abolish God, and that's obviously not true.
James, our colleague Natalie Jennings, who is the editor of the Fix team, pointed out on Twitter that Mike Pence was first elected to the House back in 2000 and has a very long career both in Washington as well as in the governor's mansion in Indiana. There was some irony there about him talking about and hearing others talk about tonight about sort of the Biden, as like a lifer politician.
Yeah, Pence referred to Biden by my count as a career politician 3 times, and he's been in office for 20 years. He's kind of wanted to run for office longer than that, lost his first House race. Now he's seeking 4 more years. He's trying to lay the groundwork to run for president in 2024. So sometimes you kind of have to think about these messages. But it is interesting how the party has evolved. Not that long ago, they would have touted that experience, but in the Trump era, all of a sudden that's you want to run as an outsider, and 4 years in to the White House, the Trump-Pence campaign is still trying to present themselves as in some ways the insurgent outsider campaign.
All right, well, James, stay with us. You're watching a special Washington Post report. We'll be back in just a moment with a preview of tomorrow's convention finale.
As business moves forward, we're changing the way things get done, like how we redefine collaboration and keep our customers happy. You can rely on AT&T to help keep your business connected.
You're watching live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey, joining you tonight from the Post newsroom. Let's go to Rhonda Colvin, my colleague who covers Capitol Hill. Rhonda, we heard a lot about law and order tonight, something we've heard President Trump tout before, that he's the law and order candidate. We heard support for police. We heard from law enforcement representation itself. What we didn't hear about were the killing of Black Americans at the hands of police.
That's right. They kind of touch on the racial reckoning, but they kind of also leave that part out, and that's sort of a pro-police agenda that you see most Republicans discuss, Trump as well as Hill and Senate Republicans. So they're sticking with that theme, and that also goes with these the narrative that they want to present that Democrats want to defund the police. That's something I heard several times tonight, that's what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris intend to do, and that is not accurate, but it's something that is quick to say and works with the base. So they're going to focus on the policing side and protecting the police. I believe Mike Pence said will always be for the blue line. I think that was one of the things he said toward the end of his speech. And they also focus on the protests too, and saying that that's the problem, the protesters who are out and who are violent protesters. I think even in the reel that ran up to Mike Pence's speech, he had pictures of people protesting in some of the violent demonstrations that happened back in May and June. So yeah, that's an effective thing to show and say to people that will present the idea that they are for law and order and Joe Biden isn't.
Rhonda, we also heard from Marsha Blackburn, someone who you've covered in Congress, former House member, now a senator from Tennessee, who gave a lot of just very pointed attacks against the media, against Democrats, using the phrase, cancel, talking about cancel culture, saying you'll never cancel our heroes. Her speech seemed to be one of the most direct attacks of the night.
And I think most of us who have watched her in the Senate, at least recently, would be really not surprised by that. I think she and Elise Stefanik and Lee Zeldin, who was also seen, those two are House members, they are incredibly fierce advocates of the president. They are sort of there through thick and thin. Anything that he has done, when you ask them reaction for anything he's done, even if it's controversial, they will be standing by him. Elise Stefanik, especially during the impeachment trial, and she's been the only one I think has actually said or mentioned the impeachment trial in the whole RNC. And she had a few viral moments where she asked very pointed questions in some of the intelligence hearings during those proceedings. So it was of no surprise to me, as someone who watches The Hill closely, that Marsha Blackburn would be in sort of attack mode. She stands very closely to the president.
James Hohmann, it's so interesting because Marsha Blackburn comes from a very different part of the country than Elise Stefanik and Lee Zeldin, and they have different constituencies. But, Rhonda makes the great point that what keeps them together, what binds them, is really this loyalty to President Trump and being willing to sort of be foot soldiers. And it's worked. It's absolutely worked. Marsha Blackburn was able to win a competitive Republican primary because she tied herself closely to the president. This is Donald Trump's Republican Party. His approval rating among Republicans is still over 90%. Stefanik used to be a very, very different kind of Republican. She was the staff director who wrote the Republican autopsy report after the 2012 election that said Republicans needed to focus on being more welcoming to Latinos and African Americans and women. And she made a political calculation to tie herself to Trump, and it worked fabulously in terms of raising tens of millions of dollars, and that will help her not just get reelected, but raise her profile and rise in the Congress. So, Republican politicians respond to incentives. It was kind of funny that Zeldin was speaking to the convention from the Hamptons, which is near the area he represents, but it was kind of a funny dateline to see on the screen. Let's talk about who we're not hearing from tonight, James. We're not seeing Ted Cruz, right? We're not seeing former presidents or former presidential candidates who are Republicans. Last week, it was just expected that we would see the Bill Clintons, hear from Jimmy Carter, despite his age, see the former candidates like Hillary Clinton. Yeah, and this is Trump's GOP. It's hard to overstate, having covered every single Republican and Democratic convention since 2004, how weird it is for staff to be speaking. Karl Rove didn't give a speech at the Republican convention in 2004. David Axelrod didn't speak at the 2012 Democratic convention. And so to have, not just Kellyanne Conway and Kayleigh McEnany and J. Ron Smith, but to kind of have a procession of White House people and administration officials speak is highly unusual, especially, we didn't hear, you mentioned Ted Cruz, that's a great example, where you didn't hear from Marco Rubio. There's a whole host of kind of prominent Republicans who are maybe seen as insufficiently loyal to the president, who did not get invites and would have spoken if they were invited. I want to ask you about more norm busting, James, and norm busting is one way to put it. Also breaches of protocol, breaches of sort of historic precedent, perhaps breaches of law even. Let's talk about Richard Grenell and the role he played tonight. Yeah, so Rick Grenell, deeply polarizing figure, kind of has always had a smash mouth personality. He was installed as the director of the Office of National Intelligence is in an acting capacity. He never could have gotten confirmed
by the Senate for that job. And he talked about his work as the head of the intelligence community, and he referred to what he claimed was classified intelligence and essentially tried to argue that the Russia investigation into Trump was a hoax. We know it was not. We obviously have the Mueller report. We had the Senate Intelligence Committee report last week. And he basically was carrying water for the president, but using his national security credential as kind of cover and referring to classified information that he said was exculpatory, that's not public information. And you know, last night we heard from the Department of Homeland Security acting secretary, the Secretary of State. No one in those three roles has ever addressed a political convention before. You know, George H.W. Bush was CIA director in the 1970s under Gerald Ford, and that was obviously a good stepping stone for him politically, but he had nothing to do at all in any way with the Republican convention in 1976, because at the time that was seen as hugely, hugely improper. It would never have even occurred to the Ford administration to have George H.W. Bush there. But these are the times we're in, and Trump doesn't respect any of those traditional boundaries.
All right, well, let's go to Joyce Koh, who's live outside the White House, to hear about what we can look forward to tomorrow night, the final night of the convention. Joyce.
Well, Libby, the theme of tomorrow night, the final night of the convention, will be Land of Greatness. Among the speakers we'll be hearing from President Trump's daughter, Ivanka Trump, Senator from Arkansas, Tom Cotton, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, President Trump's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, and of course, we'll be hearing from President Trump himself from the South Lawn of the White House, despite ethical concerns of President Trump using the White House as a campaign backdrop. And we also know that what will cap off this week of conventions will be a fireworks show over the Washington Monument. Libby?
All right, thank you so much, Joyce. Let's go to Rhonda Colvin. Rhonda, what is left to do on the final night of this convention?
On the final night of the convention, you know, I'm actually thinking of something that's non-political, and that's how is this hurricane going to play into tomorrow. I was thinking back earlier this evening when I was following reports about Hurricane Laura strengthening. If you guys remember back in, I believe it was 2008, it was the McCain-Palin RNC. That RNC actually restructured their programming because, in part, they did not want to appear too festive during what might be a national tragedy. So I'm wondering, is that going to play into Trump's speech or any of the other things that we see tomorrow night? So that's my thoughts for tomorrow.
It's a great question, Rhonda, and we'll wait to see if that does change the dynamic tomorrow night. James Hohmann, let's go back to you. You know, I am seeing from White House Reuters reporter saying that members of the audience at the speech tonight said they were not tested before going in and getting access. We did see members of the audience interacting with, obviously, the First Family and the Vice President and his wife. You know, we also expect an audience tomorrow for President Trump's speech if everything does go as planned. Yes, and at the White House, I anticipate they'll get tested. Obviously, we saw some reports about last night. There also might be tiers of seating so that the people the president was interacting with did get tested. The president is nervous about getting the coronavirus, and he does want to protect himself, even if he doesn't always kind of project that. He wants the optics of him being accessible and a man of the people. The thing I'm watching tomorrow is which Trump do we get? You know, is he the one who's dismissive of the coronavirus, or is he the one who's urging people to wear a mask? And Rhonda's also asking the great question of how the hurricane could impact what the president has to say, James. Yeah, I mean, that hangs over this convention. It could create weird optics. You know, it could make it hard for Trump to kind of have his rally self, and it could force him to be a little bit more somber. Well, we'll be watching that closely. You know, one thing to point out, James, so much of tonight was pre-recorded. We were told that the only thing that was live was the vice president's speech. Surprising because President Trump was so critical of Democrats for having some pre-recorded elements, but also it doesn't give any flexibility or an ability to adapt to the new circumstances. Right, and that's absolutely right, and that is a danger here. They may have to kind of do some stuff on the fly, and there are certain lines that you may write into a speech not thinking about the hurricane. All of a sudden that's at the top of the news, and some stuff may seem tone deaf. So I'm confident that the Republican convention planners are sort of poring over all of that to make sure that those awkward moments don't happen tomorrow. All right. Well, thank you so much. Tomorrow night, the Republican National Convention will wrap up with that speech of President Donald J. Trump as he makes his case for 4 more years. So be sure to tune in to our coverage. We start at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time with analysis from the Washington Post newsroom, and that's all before the final night of RNC programming starts at 8:30. Thanks to my guests tonight for staying up late, Tolu Olorunipa, Rhonda Colvin, and James Homan. I'm Libby Casey in the Washington Post newsroom, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow. Good night.